Chapter 1. Life was like dog shit. It was said that one husky could defeat 3 tigers, 3 huskies could sink an aircraft carrier, 5 huskies could fight God, and 10 huskies could create a new era. Yi-Jose didn't believe it at first, until he was tempted by beauty. In order to pursue a dog slave girl, he was encouraged by his bad friend to raise a husky. Yi-Jose, how do you pursue a Pomeranian girl? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Bad friend, raise a husky. Yi-Jose, give me a reason to raise a dog. Think about it, the husky is tall and majestic, while the Pomeranian is petite and cute. His bad friend smiled. Even dogs are like this, let alone humans. Isn't this implying that you and her are a perfect match? Yi-Jose pondered for a while. What the fuck, what he said made sense. Raise. Motherfucker, his brain must have been muddled by dog shit at that time. He still remembered that it was a sunny day, the best time to confess to a girl and tell each other their feelings. However, when he politely invited the girl to the pet market, everything changed. The girl in his memory was really beautiful. Even her hesitant expression was lovely and moving. She held the cute Pomeranian, pursed her red lips, and said carefully, "Senior, you. Why did you choose the husky? It's not easy to raise." Yi-Jose showed a warm, sunny smile, and said in a cool manner, "A real man is not afraid of any challenge. What's more?" He pretended to squat down and stared at the vigilant husky in the cage. Its appearance is so wolfish, and its expression is fierce and full of personality. It should be very suitable for me. The girl was speechless. He bought this husky, thinking that he could take a step forward with the girl through the common interest of raising a dog. In the end, he found that he not only lost the girl, but also the whole fucking world. This fucking dog. Let's see if I don't break its legs today. Look at what it did. What kind of dog would take out its owner's airplane mug when a beautiful girl came to the door? Tell him, who else? Not only that, this dog had been occupying his Rinbori inflatable doll for a long time, but the worst part was that whenever he got close to his goddess, this dog would fight him to the death. Damn it, I really can't live like this anymore. Yi-Jose, a man of 8 feet, abandoned his usual image of a warm man and engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the husky. In the end, he didn't lose a fight or win an argument, but his apartment was torn down again and again. When he finally suppressed the husky, the girl who changed his life had already accepted the school hunk's confession, and his damned bad friend had also gotten rid of his single status. The girl had flown away, and his bad friend had run away. What was left of him? Yes, he also had a dog. And dogs. Dogs. Fuck, my heart hurts. I don't think I'll ever love again. Listlessly, he rummaged through the messy bedroom for his laptop and turned it on to play games to relieve his worries. The husky howled a few times, then turned around and started to bite his pillow happily. Yi-Jose glanced behind him, not paying much attention. He was used to it, really. The familiar music started playing, and the ancient ink painting dissipated. The interface of Sword Net 3 gradually appeared. He moved the mouse gently across Miss Chi-Shio, who had a slim waist and huge breasts. For some reason, he was reminded of the girl who was once as beautiful as a flower. At this moment, Miss Chi-Shio's figure slowly overlapped with the white moonlight in his heart. The beauty was like jade, and the long sword was like a rainbow. He stared at his first wife, and suddenly felt very sad. Yi-Jose sighed, sat on the chair, bent one leg, and scratched his foot in frustration. After wandering around for a while, he decisively gave up on the body of a grown woman, and clicked on his first daughter, pure young Meili Luo. This was a transparent lowly body, perfect for causing trouble. As if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had accumulated over the past few days, Yi-Jose, with a cute lowly character, began his bloody and brutal road to the arena. When he was a virgin, he was a spicy mother with his breasts. When he was a pure young Lolita, he was a human-headed dog who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. What? The trash class pure young had long been weakened. No, that's not true. Pure young was still as arrogant as ever, even though he was made of iron. As the biological son of the game planner, shouldn't he be a little more confident? Yijiosa skillfully killed his opponent, and slowly became immersed in the lowly fat too, unable to extricate himself. Ah, my daughter is the treasure of the world. He was about to take a screenshot with great interest, but at this moment, the computer screen went black. At the same time, he heard the husky's intermittent whimpers. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Yijiosa quickly turned his head. He saw his silly dog standing in the cotton wool scattered on the ground, trembling as if he was having a seizure. And in its mouth, there was a broken charging cable. What the fuck? Did the silly dog think it was a power bank? Yijiosa was shocked. He picked up a plastic bag from the side and put it on his right hand. He quickly jumped to the switch, ready to quickly remove the source. But the silly dog's IQ was not online, and it was fiercer than a tiger. It was the master of the family, and it destroyed everything. It used its lifetime of IQ and loyalty to accurately lock onto the shit-shoveling officer's aura during the electric shock. Then, without hesitation, it used all its strength in an attempt to knock its master away. But the result was obvious. The suction force of the electric current was too strong. The moment Yijiosa was hit, he felt as if his body was not his own anymore. He also began to twitch and tremble. His eyes turned white, and his consciousness faded. His body uncontrollably danced with the silly dog along with the electric current. Then, his whole body was glued to the silly dog's back, shaking, shaking, shaking. Motherfucker, the last scene before death was such an awesome experience. How much worry could a gentleman have, twisting like a silly dog? Hopefully, when his and the silly dog's corpses were found, there would not be some weird headline like, "A man electrocuted a dog in an apartment, but both died due to improper operation." Just thinking about it made him feel wronged, and he could not help but cry like a 200-pound dog. But reality proved that life was always so dramatic. He always thought that there would be no more absurd experience than before, but he did not expect to close his eyes and kick his legs. In the blink of an eye, he came back to life. Yes. He came back to life. This time, not only did his short hair transform into long hair, his looks reached the peak, and his age turned harmless. His bones were amazing, and even his entire set of genitals had changed. Changed. His trembling hands covered his empty crotch. His fingertips rubbed against the soft, flat area. He could no longer arouse the eagle brother that had accompanied him for so many years. Even the flab boxers that had always been the same had become cute little fatties, and it was even his favorite style. Yijiosa was stunned on the spot. He spread his fair legs and stared at his crotch. He did not realize how rude his action was. He seemed to be in a daze. The expression on his face was both happy and sad. There was the joy of being reborn, but more of an indescribable sadness. "Eagle brother," he cried. His voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy. Yijiosa subconsciously shut his mouth. "Hold it in." "No, no. I can't hold it in anymore." "Wah. Eagle brother, I'm so sorry." Yijiosa cried. "You've been with me for 24 years, but I didn't let you have a good meal. If I knew it would be like this, I would have gone to a healthcare center and booked you a whole night." Men did not easily shed tears, but only when they were deeply hurt. He had lived for 24 years and was still a virgin. Only Eagle Brother knew his grievances, but now, even Eagle Brother was gone. His negative emotions were washed away by his tears. He was silent for a long time before he mentally prepared himself to accept his new identity. As the saying goes, a poor man should not be short-sighted. Even at the end of his life, he should not give up on his manhood. Although he had become a delicate and easily pushed down Lolita, he still had the heart of a Maltese that worried about the world. Eagle Brother was buried in the torrent of huskies in his previous life. But even if he had lost Eagle Brother, he was not left with nothing. Yi-Jose reached out his hand calmly. With some caution and curiosity, he touched the flat and soft area again. Even if it was an extremely wretched action, he had to figure it out. Ah. So this is what it looks like. He blushed and looked very serious. Although it's a little small, it's not completely gone. Eagle Brother had passed away, but he was still mentally handicapped. Even if the length of his lower limbs had become a negative number, his spirit of 18 centimeters must remain. Chapter 2. Why can't people do it when they're in a bad situation? News 1. News would most likely fail miserably. Yi-Jose was a classic example. Just a moment ago, he was trying to console himself with the help of Little Brother Sparrow. How could he have known that in less than 3 seconds, the door to the crematorium would open for him again? Crackle dash, the strange sound of an electric current rang in his ears. Suddenly, his tormented body stiffened. The pain of being penetrated by the electric current when he was alive was imprinted in the depths of his soul. He did not dare to move. Crackle dash, was it an auditory hallucination? Yi-Jose turned his head to look around him but did not find anything suspicious. What the hell? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt very weak. Just as his legs were cramping from the tension, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Hello, Jinjung System number 001, Little Brother Sparrow, at your service. Yi-Jose. What the hell? The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was like blood. The greenery of the deep mountain forest was gradually replaced by gloom. The mournful cries of crows were unusually shrill. Even the wind was filled with a damp and fishy smell. Yi-Jose found a pile of rocks and used Bear Grylls' survival instinct to fling mud over a few openings to prevent snakes and insects from crawling in. Then, he picked up a branch and used the three-wood sword technique to gather a lot of hay and firewood. He had painstakingly drilled out the first fire. The scorching flames burned the dry firewood and gradually dried the damp and moldy residence, leaving only a faint smell of grass and wood. Yi-Jose covered the fire, touched the dry ground, and diligently spread out soft hay. Then, he shook his arm slightly, and a few thick pieces of leather appeared on the originally empty hay bed. After a moment of silence, he quickly made the bed and folded the blankets. Finally, he was done with this temporary residence. He washed his hands in a crude stone basin and washed his body. His face twitched as he stared at his girl's flat body. He felt that even the asphalt road was not as flat as he was. Not only was it not above, it was not below either. Exhausted, Yi-Jose snuggled into the warm leather. He gazed into the distance in boredom through the gaps between the rocks. It was already late at night. The darkness was like a net that covered the sky and covered the earth. The silver light of the moon shone on the stone, reflecting a touch of gentle whiteness. When it hit his bright eyes, they reflected a pair of amorous eyes. Her fine black hair fluttered in a messy manner. Yi-Jose sighed and changed his posture helplessly. Can't sleep. His chaotic thoughts surged and his emotions could not be calmed. This night was destined to be a restless one. Yesterday's events were like yesterday's death, but when he suddenly recalled them, his desire to go back instantly reached its peak. But he was already dead. He had to admit that he had been electrocuted. However, he came back to life and changed his gender into an 8 or 9-year-old girl. This was also a fact. He raised his hand and stared at his lotus-like arm. It was chubby and soft, and there were a few cute little dimples at the folds. The appearance of her was a copy of his eldest daughter, pure young Loli. Not only did it carry the body from the game, it even came with the convenience of the game. For example, backpack, pendant, quirky. And even a Smash-style shop. Her combat instincts were not lost, and even her equipment was in a brand new state. Apart from the fact that his game body had turned into a real human body, he had the wrong gender, and he had lost the ability to be indestructible, be it in terms of aptitude or physique. His current physical body could be considered a cheat that could shock the world and make the gods weep. The moment he found out that his new body was so awesome, Yijosa's mind instantly came up with the plot of Long Outyen slapping his face and ascending to heaven with thousands of beautiful women. Just thinking about it made him feel good. However, there would never be a pie in the sky. Yijosa stared fixedly at the soft wrist, only to see the blood-red lines engraved on it, forming a string of enchanting numbers, 235 hours, 57 minutes, and 25 seconds. This was the remaining time in the game, and it was also the time he was alive. He was dead. It was an unchangeable fact. He was only alive now because he was borrowing life. If he wanted to live, he had to fight for more time. And the source of his time was said to be protecting animals and saving the world. Thinking of the first and last dog he had raised in his previous life, Yijosa's face instantly cracked. Damn it, that damn husky, a lifelong shadow. However, a few hours ago, a supernatural thing called the Jinjiang system had told him that his heroic act of risking his life to save a dog showed that he truly loved dogs. The heavens were extremely touched, so they gave him a chance to be reborn. Yijosa disdained and didn't believe such bullshit. But his desire to live and return to his original world was an obsession that could not be erased. Even if the system came up with a lot of flowery words, he only needed to make sure that he could survive and that there was hope for him to return. As for what he needed to do before he could achieve his goal, it did not matter. Yijosa emptied his mind and replayed the bits and pieces of what had happened in his mind. I believe that a knight has a great and loving heart. He remembered the voice saying, I also hope that a knight can use this pure and innocent heart to reform those little animals that have been hurt. Give them warmth and love, and leave a trace of kindness in their poor and extreme world. Let them believe that humans are friendly and trustworthy friends, and not evil and selfish existences. After a knight reaches the highest goal, we will fulfill one of your wishes. After saying this, the Jinjiang system disappeared without a trace. Even if he shouted himself hoarse in the vast forest, there was no response from the system. Yijosa chewed on the words repeatedly, but due to the lack of clues, he couldn't come up with anything. The concept of protecting animals was too broad, and there were no clear rules or boundaries. He was really afraid that if he killed a few sparrows to fill his stomach, he would become a negative example of hunting and killing animals under the country's second-level protection. The worst thing was, protecting animals was one thing, but what the hell was saving the world? Could it be that he had a Chinibu face that said, a hot-blooded cockroach can't be killed, and all living things are retarded when they meet him? Besides, what did protecting animals and saving the world have to do with anything at all? It had to be a joke. With a belly full of curses, Yijosa sank into a dark and sweet dream. Boom! A dull sound exploded in the dead night, mixed with the faint screams of humans. Yijosa, who was in a pile of rubble, was startled awake. After being dumbfounded for a while, he wrapped up his skin and rolled to the entrance of the cave while shivering. He carefully pushed aside a rock and looked outside. In the far northwest, flames were soaring into the sky. Shrill screams pierced through the night and echoed in the empty sky. In the rolling smoke visible to the naked eye, a milky white shadow broke out of the siege, like a meteor across the sky, and disappeared in the southeast in the blink of an eye. What the hell? There was actually someone in the deep forest. No, what kind of dungeon did he enter? His initial landing place was a vast forest. He thought it was a prehistoric tribe developing civilization story, but in the blink of an eye, it became a gathering of heroes and the appearance of rare treasures story. The fire in the northwest was still burning, and the white shadow in the southeast was nowhere to be seen. Yijiosa had spent a lot of time on leveling up stories. He squinted at the direction where the white shadow disappeared, and the plot of Zhao Riqian picking up a treasure and walking to the peak of his life flashed in his mind. TSK, Ichi. After confirming that there was no trace of a golden core cultivator in the sky and no trace of a mighty nascent soul cultivator, Yijiosa quickly put on his clothes, rolled up his bedding, and rushed in the right direction. Rare treasure. Rare treasure. He had to admit that the Qinggong of the pure yang profession was really good. They could fly high and see far, and their speed was quite fast. It was the first time that Yijiosa tasted flying, and he almost couldn't get down from the tree. He flew as fast as lightning. He panted and leaned against the tree to rest. His red face due to the lack of oxygen slowly returned to normal. He just realized that he seemed to be lost. Yijiosa looked around. The tall trees blocked his sight and blinded his not-so-sensitive sense of direction. His blood gradually cooled down, and he covered his face with regret. Chapter 3. As the saying goes, a lion's poop is better than a bear's poop. Long Outyan's template, Zhao Riqian's tricks, and even Yi Liangchen's style were not something a 1-2-meter-tall lowly could touch. He was a lucky person who could buy a dog and die together with it. How could he compare to a winner in life who could get out of the ancient mystic realm by taking a piss? He must have a hole in his brain to abandon his warm nest and come to the wilderness to seek for some annoying opportunity. The opportunity was not blind. How could it like him? Yijiosa broke a long branch and used it to chase away the snakes and insects in the bushes. He complained to himself as he traveled through the mountains and rivers. He wanted to find a dry place to stay for the night and come up with a plan the next day. He was not sure if it was just his illusion. Yijiosa suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. He realized that there was nothing else in the forest except for the sound of the wind and the shadows of the trees. However, he felt that there was something strange behind him. The gaze that sent chills down his spine came and went, and it made him panic. After a few seconds of silence, he pretended that nothing had happened and turned around. He took a deep breath and bent his knees slightly. In an instant, he leaped into the sky at an extreme speed. He left a sky-blue aura behind and left a silhouette that no one could catch up to. Squeak dash, a sharp squeak came from behind him. The sound of friction broke through the resistance of the air. The thick black shadow turned into a demon. It twisted and rose from the bottom to the top, trying to capture the restless prey. Cold sweat rolled down his face. Yijiosa only took a quick glance and ran away as if his life depended on it. He did not want to fight back at all. What was that? A tree. The unknown creature behind them was too huge. When its branches spread out, they covered the sky and formed a dense net. To him, it was like a fly going against an electric mosquito swatter. Even if he could not kill it in one hit, he would still lose 2 or 3 hits. Before he mastered all the skills of this body, it was not a wise move to fight the enemy. Fortunately, he made the first move to gain the upper hand. If he had been a step slower, he would have been torn apart and eaten. Yijiosa ran far away in a panic until the creepy feeling disappeared. Only then did he support himself with his legs and gasp for breath like a dehydrated fish on the verge of death. I'm probably done for. My whole year's worth of exercise is going to be wasted tonight. Roar dash, the howl of a wild beast could be heard in the distance. Yijiosa. Where the hell did he land in? The night was still young, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. It took Yijiosa half an hour to find a withered bush. Just as he was about to tidy it up and start a fire to warm himself up, he discovered that it was covered in a sticky liquid when he pushed away the rotten leaves. In the dark night, he couldn't see the color of the liquid, but its strong fishy smell filled the tip of his nose. Coupled with its sticky texture, he couldn't help but suspect that someone had shot it here. What kind of taste was this? If they wanted to have sex, they should at least find a bed. What's the big deal about the bushes? Isn't it too uncomfortable? There were too many things to say. Yijiosa pulled a few blades of grass and skillfully wiped the unknown liquid off his fingers. He swiftly chopped the bushes and cleared up a large space. But gradually, he stopped moving. Deep in the bushes, there was still a sticky and salty liquid. Many of the intersecting branches were broken and fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. Even the short blades of grass showed signs of collapse. He unconsciously held his breath. He could only hear intermittent grunts coming from the deathly silent corner. Reason told him, "Idiot, hurry up and retreat. If you die in the wilderness, no one will collect your corpse." His emotions told him, "Take a look, just take a look. Look at what it is." After hesitating for a long time, Yijiosa still walked into the depths of the bushes. Logically speaking, if there really was a beast, it would have pounced on him when he was chopping wood. Why would it hide for so long? He pushed aside the layers of messy bushes. With the help of the moonlight, he could barely see the creature buried in the weeds and gravel. Fuck. An animal cub. It was only the size of 2 palms. It had snow-white fur and was covered in brown mud. It seemed to have fainted, lying in the dirty bushes. Its belly rose and fell, and it looked like it was gasping for air. Yijiosa was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He leaned over to check on the cub. He was a real man who had raised a fierce beast husky before. He had a certain degree of discernment towards dogs. When he gently picked up the cub and looked at it carefully, he couldn't help but think of an image of a Shiba Inu. It seemed to be white firewood. Yijiosa's face twitched. He felt that he really had an inextricable, ill-fated relationship with dogs. But after all, he saw it. It wasn't good to just leave it to fend for itself, right? Moreover, this white firewood puppy was seriously injured. Its left forelimb was cut off by a sharp weapon. The incision was so smooth that the bone could be seen. It was obvious that it was done by a human. Its throat and abdomen were cut open. The injury wasn't deep, but it couldn't stop the blood from flowing. It was only at this moment that Yijiosa realized that the stickiness around its body wasn't mud, but pieces of dried blood. He didn't know who was so cruel and merciless to actually kill a cub. What kind of grudge was this? Fortunately, white firewood was lucky. It didn't die after losing so much blood. It was really an elite among cockroaches. "Tisk, you're not fated to die after meeting me," Yijiosa murmured. He took out a high-quality blood-staunching elixir and celestial rainbow spring from his backpack. He mixed them and carefully poured them into white firewood's mouth. Then, he took out a thick bear skin and wrapped it around white firewood, then placed it on the soft grass. His current body wasn't like Chishio's nanny, who could make white firewood full of energy with just one mouthful of milk. As a damage output profession, it was already good enough that he knew to give it a blood-staunching elixir. So, whether it lived or died depended on white firewood. After finishing his mental preparation, Yijiosa held the shrub and started a fire. The deeper the night, the colder the temperature became. He needed to keep warm and rely on the fire to chase away the wild animals. In the next half an hour, he was so busy that he almost turned into a spinning top. When the weak fire slowly rose and turned into a blazing long tongue, Yijiosa didn't even have time to smile when he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The firewood in his hand fell to the ground. He grabbed his wrist and saw the enchanting pattern on it twisting and turning, quickly changing the numbers: 300 hours, 00 minutes, 0 seconds. His eyes widened. All of a sudden, he remembered a passage. I believe that chivalrous people have a great and universal heart. I also hope that chivalrous people can use this pure heart to reform the little animals that have been hurt. Give them warmth and love, and leave a trace of truth, kindness, and beauty in their deficient and extreme world. The temperature of the fire dispelled the cold, like a ray of hope, completely illuminating Yijiosa's confused heart. He remembered that after reaching a certain target, he could fulfill a wish. He suddenly turned to look at White Firewood, who was wrapped in the bear skin, and his bright eyes were full of anticipation and joy. Reaching out to hold it in his arms, Yijiosa roasted the 5 lotus spring over the fire, then took out the pear blossom velvet and dipped it in the warm water, patiently combing and washing White Firewood's fur. The dried blood faded, and the hideous wound was bandaged. The gears of fate fitted together in an instant. The stars in the night sky suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, and then silently disappeared in the moonlight. The warmth dispelled the cold. Lying on the soft skin, White Firewood's eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened a gap. "Hey, you're awake." A soft female voice came to his ears. When he regained consciousness, he found himself wrapped in a brown skin, pressed against the belly of a human cub, and roasted in the golden flame. His whole body was weak and powerless. What happened? Hey! Good boy, don't move. Daddy will clean you up. A yellow handkerchief was wiped on his body, and countless scabs were swept away. The tangled fur was dried by a pair of soft hands, and comfort gradually replaced the physical pain. He showed a little sleepiness, which was rare. Just before he closed his eyes, he moved his head with great difficulty and looked at the face of the human who was hugging him in the blazing firelight. Good boy. She patted his head boldly. His skin was snow-white, his eyes were like a sea of stars, and his smile was like a flower. Although your left paw was cut off, you still have your right paw. The wound on the abdomen is very long, but it didn't hurt GG. You can still rub it in the future. Unlike Daddy, I don't even have a partner to rub it. Damn it, I'm living worse than a dog. Chapter 4. It was late at night, and it was cold in the forest. Only the dog in his arms and the campfire around him had some warmth. Yijiosa hugged the White Firewood puppy and talked like a psychopath for a long time. He had just come here, and he still had the uneasiness and fear after his rebirth. Even if he temporarily suppressed his negative emotions, it was not a long-term solution. Loneliness made people depressed, and loneliness made people crazy. Especially at the moment when he lacked a sense of security, he urgently needed someone to talk to. No matter who it was, as long as it was a harmless living creature that could give warmth to each other, it could become a garbage can for him to complain about his emotions. White Firewood came not too early or too late. It just happened to be the moment when he was frightened, and it immediately hit the key point of his psychological needs. A living creature like him, which had suffered great injuries before, was saved in the wilderness, and was given a second life. It was so similar to him. Wasn't it just an unlucky guy? Family. Yijiosa stroked the back of the Shiba Inu, and his eyelids became heavy. He forced himself to spread a few skins on the ground, and then hugged the poor little thing, and rolled up a soft tiger skin to sleep. I don't sleep well, I hope I won't kick your. Long breaths, Yi-Joseph fell asleep, and even the hand that was rubbing the back of the white firewood dropped down. In a daze, he saw the smiling face of his bad friend, Ah Zhe. Come to the arena and take my little apprentice to the Duan. She is a healer, and I will open the Tsang Yun. He answered without hesitation, okay. Wait for me to switch to the long range. He looked at his hand and picked up the sword. The fire jumped, and from time to time, it made a few soft popping sounds. The swaying shadow gradually grew around, like a demon. The forest at night was a showground for demons. Even if the blood had dried up, it couldn't resist the smell of blood carried by the wind and the relentless pursuit of demons. The flat grass was pressed into a deep fold, and a huge black figure was slowly approaching, exuding a strong smell of blood. Many snakes, insects, and demons circled around the black shadow, carrying salted fish. The miasma and filth brought the threat of death. At the same time, the puppy suddenly opened its eyes. Its dark golden pupils stared coldly into the distance, a murderous aura emanating from it. Filthy scum. The puppy bared its teeth and lowered its body. Even if it hadn't recovered from its heavy injuries and its demonic power was meager, its pride wouldn't allow it to take a step back. He was very clear about his own value. To lowly bastards, the flesh and blood of a purebred descendant of a great demon was undoubtedly the most delicious delicacy in the world. They coveted him. They had been haunting him, like flies to blood, ever since he had run away wounded from his father's grave. Did he really think that he, Saishomaru, would allow himself to be trampled upon just because he was injured? His life was not something that trash could take. Even if his arm was broken by that disappointing half-demon, even if he was severely injured by a wave of unknown attacks on his way out, even if he lost his demon power and couldn't even maintain his human form, even if he was on the verge of death and degenerated into a puppy. He had always understood that no matter how noble or graceful he was still a great demon that stood at the peak. The skills of fighting and killing were engraved in his bones. Bestiality was instinctive. He stretched out his right limb and broke free from the skin that was wrapped around him. King Tong indifferently glanced at the sleeping human cub, and her emotions didn't fluctuate. Tonight was destined to be a fierce battle. This human. Could only be said that she was too unlucky. Withdrawing his gaze, Saishomaru took a step forward and stood firmly in front of the bed. The stench became stronger, and the miasma overflowed. The greedy eyes of the demons and monsters were glued to him. Muffled laughter came from their bellies, like thunder in the sky. In an instant, their taunts echoed on the open flat ground. Ha ha ha, the son of the West, your Highness Saishomaru, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Your flesh and blood must be as perfect as you are. We will gladly accept it. The size of the puppy lost its deterrent power. The monsters were very happy, and their minds were full of the picture of splitting up the descendant of the great demon. They completely ignored the human girl lying in the skin. So that before the fight started, Yi-Joseph frowned. In the dream, his healer only had a layer of HP left. He held the sword, activated the damage-reducing purple gas without shaking his hands, and calmly used a unique skill, Mountain River Suppression. Mountain River Suppression, or Absolute Domain for short. It was completely immune to all physical and magic attacks. The ultimate skills of any sect became fancy fists when they encountered Mountain River Suppression, and they couldn't do any damage at all. It was precisely because this skill was so pretentious that it could always save its teammates at critical moments and counterattack. Therefore, it became a divine weapon for attracting girls. A pure chi who used Mountain River Suppression for you when you were about to die was the immortal love fate that you were destined to meet when you looked back. Mountain river suppression was indeed powerful and invincible, but it could only last for 8 seconds. Therefore, the pure yang cultivation method had another name, which was 8 seconds real man. Yijiosa used his ultimate skill to protect his healer and attract the enemy's firepower. But he had never imagined that his sleeping posture would be so bad to such an extent. The loli in the leather jacket kicked like she was having a spasm. She seemed to be in a nightmare, and she was shouting something like, "Grandma, Grandma, save Grandma." Then, she reached out and picked up a half-burnt piece of firewood, and threw it into the sky with an extremely mysterious technique. "Mountain river suppression dash," she shouted. Then, as if she had completed some mission, her limbs fluttered a few times, and she slept like a dead dog. Demons. The rotating torch drew a beautiful arc, and under the strange gaze of the demons, it fell to the ground like a meteor, and stabbed straight into the dark brown soil like a sword, exploding into beautiful sparks. In an instant, a strong and surging spiritual power swept around like a storm, with the torch as the center. The 8 trigrams of Qian Kun were connected, and yin and yang were born. The complex and mysterious patterns rippled with unpredictable power, and the beautiful intertwining of light and darkness reflected a shocking killing intent. It was protection, and also deterrence. The circle of Tai Chi was endless. It was like the warmest barrier, firmly wrapping around its recognized allies, and suppressing all evil people. The great Tao was free, and no evil was born. In the second when the demons were gasping, Saishomaru suddenly attacked, turning into a flash of lightning. Early the next morning, Yijiosa was woken up by waves of stench. He opened his sleepy eyes, and first looked at the dog beside him. "Oh, it's still here, huh? Why is it lying next to the fire? Was it kicked away by me?" With a trace of inexplicable guilt, he quietly got up, pulled white firewood into his arms, and rubbed its fluffy hair. However, white firewood didn't give him any reaction. It seemed that after one night, it was even more injured. Yijiosa suspected that he had crippled the dog with a kick last night. There was still a little fire left in the fire, and as long as they gathered the dry wood and weeds, they could cook a simple breakfast. But breakfast had to be accompanied by a comfortable environment to be swallowed. Yijiosa quickly packed his bags and was ready to leave. He looked at the pile of things that he couldn't see. What the hell was that? Could it be excrement? Damn, did he sleep in the septic tank last night? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel creeped out. He only felt that his whole body was emitting the fragrance of jinkala. He rolled up the fire seed in his left hand, picked up white firewood in his right hand, and used the great qin gong to look for a water source to clean himself, and make a simple meal. As a pure yang, his cooking was a specialized skill. Even if he was a kitchen killer in reality, he could cook delicious food with the help of Meili Luo's body. The game body was really amazing. He thought about it. When the conditions allowed, he must have a barbecue. There was a special space in the backpack for pots and pans. Yijiosa washed his body at the newly found water source, washed the pot, and started a fire to cook. He took out a handful of internal organs and put them into the pot, and followed his body's instinct to mix the seasonings. Yijiosa had mixed feelings. The pot began to overflow with the rich aroma of broth, and the milky white broth began to bubble, indicating that the ingredients had entered the final stage of ripening. When Saishomaru, who was lying in the bear's skin, opened his eyes, he saw the human cub scooping up the broth, her eyes filled with pure joy. "You woke up at the right time." She crawled over on all fours and picked him up into her arms. Come, eat. Daddy will take care of you." The strange words drilled into his ears, but Saishomaru didn't care. Last night's battle had drained what little demon power he had left. Before that idiot Xie Jian found him, he wouldn't care about the human cub's aggression. She did have some strength, but she was just a human. He couldn't stand the sight of humans. From now on, we'll have to depend on each other. Yijiosa scooped up the broth and blew on it, then brought it to Sun Chi's mouth. I'd better give you a name. White Firewood didn't even bat an eyelid. Probably because he wasn't feeling well, he tilted his head to avoid the broth. Rich, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. Just think of it as a wish. Yijiosa passed the broth to Sun Chi, his eyes bright. From now on, you'll be rich and strong. Come, rich and strong, have some broth. Chapter 5. The broth was filled with the essence, giving off a rich meaty aroma. The juice was slightly agitated, and the only sound he could hear was fuchiang. Saishomaru instinctively rejected human food. In his mind, human food was either rice balls or fish, tofu or soup. Letting a carnivorous dog demon eat rice balls that only mice loved, small fish that dumb cats loved, tofu that had no chewiness, and soup that had seaweed floating on it. TSK. Humans or demons who dared to serve him with these trash probably didn't know how to spell the word death. Saishomaru's face was cold, and his indifferent eyes moved from the bowl next to his mouth to the wrist of the human cub. Inch by inch, he looked straight into Yijiosa's eyes. His rejection was obvious, and he even condescendingly said coldly, "Get lost." Although she saved him, she also offended him. He had no intention of taking her life, but he didn't want to have anything to do with this human. However, fate always liked to drop the ball at the crucial moment. He thought that the "get lost" was powerful enough, but when it came out of his mouth, it turned into a childish barking. Woof! When Yijiosa heard the dog bark, he suddenly felt that White Firewood was much more obedient than a husky. Look, it responded when he called, unlike a husky. Even if he screamed until his throat was hoarse, the dog would only make noise. Humans had to die, and dogs had to be thrown away. Therefore, Yijiosa praised without hesitation, "Fuchiang is such a good boy." The next second, Yijiosa noticed that the dog in front of him seemed to be a lot gloomier. Even its fluffy fur seemed to be wilting. "Fuchiang, what's wrong with you?" Yijiosa held White Firewood nervously and stroked its head. "Are you too hungry to drink?" "Mo Fong, Daddy will slowly help you drink it." To be honest, he cared a lot about this White Firewood puppy. It was not only his spiritual sustenance and temporary partner, but also the key to prolonging his life. In order to survive, he would even raise a dog as his ancestor. Yijiosa held the bowl of mixed meat soup, gently lifted White Firewood's chin, and used all the gentleness he could muster to put the edge of the bowl next to its mouth. During this period of time, the puppy struggled, but under Yijiosa's persistent harassment. Whoops, hard work, the puppy finally cracked open and allowed food to enter. When the first mouthful of mixed meat soup blossomed on the tip of his tongue, Saishomaru's golden eyes drooped ever so slightly. The mellow soup was mixed with some spiritual energy. Not only did it taste good, but it could also slowly heal his heavily injured demon body. The minced meat fell into his esophagus and filled his empty stomach, allowing him to regain some strength. To be able to make a restorative meal, it seemed that this human cub in front of him was not simple. Saishomaru no longer refused to eat. He drank the whole bowl of mixed meat soup in Yijiosa's hand. After that, he raised his only front paw and combed his fur after the meal. His slow movements were extremely casual and smooth, and even revealed an indescribable elegance. Even though Yijiosa was a rough guy, he felt that White Firewood's movements were extremely pleasing to the eye. Holy shit, he had never seen such a well-mannered and elegant dog before. No wonder he was rich and powerful. At first glance, he could tell that he was a noble among dogs. He was even more promising than Wang Xizong's dog. Unlike his husky, which could mix its food with its own poop. In a happy mood, Yijiosa ate the leftover soup in the pot. When White Firewood closed his eyes to rest, he keenly noticed that the dark red pattern on his wrist twisted and changed again, refreshing the data, 367 hours, 21 minutes, and 16 seconds. Feeling a dull tingling sensation, Yijiosa restrained his emotions and pressed his wrist. He didn't know what the entry point to trigger life extension was, but he knew that as long as he kept White Firewood alive, he could get what he wanted. He couldn't help but look up at White Firewood, who was lying on the leather to rest, like an ignorant child. He approached a puppy that had been deeply hurt by humans with extreme utilitarianism, and he wanted it to trust him again. And after he got everything, he would even make a wish to return to his original world. It would be abandoned again, wouldn't it? The second injury would only be more painful. Such a despicable and dirty approach made Yijiosa feel bad, but he had to do it for his own selfish desires. Even he felt that he was terribly dirty. His mood fell from the peak to the bottom like a roller coaster. He squatted beside White Firewood, a little disgruntled, and murmured, "Before I leave, I will definitely help you find a new owner." White Firewood's ears trembled slightly, and his attitude was extremely cold. If that day really comes. Rich and powerful. Dad can only answer, "I loved you." What is she talking about? The sun was setting in the west, and dusk was coming. Thanks to White Firewood, Yijiosa found a new nest with a hot spring. His dog was simply an angel, and he accurately found the hot spring by following the smell of sulfur. Although the area of the natural bathing pool was not large, it was more than enough to accommodate a person and a dog. He unscrupulously stripped himself in front of White Firewood. The sky-blue robe was flung all over the ground, and the naked lowly jumped into the water like a monkey. Then, she seemed to remember something. She suddenly stood up from the water and ran back naked. She picked up the puppy, who was stunned on the spot, and jumped into the water again with a splash. 10 seconds later, she exclaimed again, picked up the soaked puppy, and climbed out of the hot spring. She madly bandaged the wound on his broken arm. Rich and powerful. Dad actually forgot that you can't touch water when you're injured. She squatted naked in front of him, with nothing covering her body except for her long hair. He looked away. If cubs were so troublesome and stupid, he didn't need any heirs at all. He removed the simple bandage and wrapped a new pear blossom velvet around White Firewood's broken arm. Yijiosa, soaked in the hot spring again, opened the backpack and opened the shop. In addition to the appearance of the clothes, he found that the shop template had also changed its contents. As if to adapt to his environment, a row of daily necessities icons appeared on the shelf. Whether it was toiletries or food and medicine, there was nothing lacking. But these weren't free. The cost of exchanging for them was the remaining survival time on his wrist. They weren't expensive, but he was poor. Only a fool would exchange for them. He was about to die, yet he was still buying, and buying. Don't be stupid. With this thought in mind, he quickly bought a toothbrush, toothpaste, floating soft shampoo, and a piece of soothing skin, spending 1 hour, he couldn't help it. His body was too sticky, and he really couldn't stand it. Although he wasn't a neat freak, he wasn't a weirdo who wore a pair of underwear for a week and continued to wear it the next week. After he finished washing up, he hung his wet clothes all over the treetops, completely unaware that the most dangerous moment had arrived. Yijiosa put on the Chinfeng outfit rather freshly, took out a long blood-red sword from the backpack, found a rock, and prepared to use brute force to chop out a shelter. Every man had a dream, and he hadn't personally experienced the power of pure yang. For safety's sake, he decided to use a long-range attack to split open the rock. If he couldn't dodge in time and was crushed to death by the boulder, it would be a joke. There was a rustling sound in the forest, as if a gust of wind had blown past. A salty smell entered his nose, and Saishomaru, who had been resting in the skin, immediately opened his eyes. Baichai landed lightly on the ground, quietly watching the approaching threat. His wound was wet, and it was inevitable that blood would leak when he bandaged it, so it wasn't surprising that it would attract a daring bastard. A large and slender figure approached at an extremely fast speed, like a gluttonous snake. Saishomaru quickly entered a state of alert. At that moment, Yijiosa held the sword in his hand and focused on the rock. He recalled the skills of pure yang, and every move in his mind seemed to have been tempered thousands of times, pouring into his limbs and bones, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. He slowly raised his sword, and at that moment, his aura seemed to have merged with frost, and his murderous intent was overwhelming. For Symbol's reincarnation, a powerful attack with chi sinking into the dantian, yin and yang transformation, a slash that shattered tai chi. He sent out his first strike. The sky-blue sword intent was as fast as a spark, cutting through the air in an instant, and penetrating the thick and huge rock, creating countless spiderweb-like cracks. Boom dash! Before Saishomaru could make a move, the snake didn't have time to dodge, and saw the rock collapse, pressing down on its tail. The snake screamed, but the sound of the rocks shattering drowned out the scream. Yijiosa slashed out his second strike. The sword chi from above was like a thunderclap, smashing the light of Tai Chi, breaking through the shackles of reincarnation, and appearing suddenly, almost collapsing half of the huge rock. Bang dash! The snake didn't even have the chance to shout a slogan, and was buried alive under the rocks. Soon, he heard a cheerful voice, Fu Chang. The nest is done, we can sleep. Chapter 6. Yijiosa was a man who liked to scratch his feet. Even if he changed his genitals and put on the delicate clothes of a loli, it still couldn't hide the fact that he didn't have a girl's heart. Not only was his soul a straight man, but even his actions were also straight. For example, what did a man wear to sleep at night? Pajamas. No, he only needed a pair of underwear. Therefore, Yijiosa unscrupulously stripped off all his burdens, wore a pair of blue pants, and started living the life of a caveman in the new nest with white firewood. The life that a good man longed for was nothing more than a wife and children. Although he didn't have the hardware to have a wife and children, at least he had a dog to comfort him. Taking a step back, a father and a dog to warm the bed was also considered a perfect state. Yijiosa thought, trying to find joy in his bitterness. He sat cross-legged on the bed and stared at white firewood's little butt in a daze. He didn't know why, but since entering this new nest, his fujiang had become abnormally cold. Not to mention looking at him, it didn't even give him a sideways glance. What's wrong with this? He didn't let her look at him, hug him, or bark at him. It was obviously a puppy, but it was arrogant and cold like an iceberg. It made him look like the Titanic that had crashed into an iceberg. His nightlife without his phone and computer was difficult mode, his nightlife without Brother Condor and his seed was hell mode. If there was a dog ignored in hell mode, what was the point of living like this? To put it bluntly, Yijiosa was bored and wanted to play. Fujiang. Yijiosa lay next to white firewood, face to face, and smell its breath. Fujiang, look at Daddy. Daddy will stroke your fur. The white firewood was as steady as a bronze bell, unmoved by the wind. Fujiang, are your eyes uncomfortable and you can't open them? Yijiosa pouted and pretended to blow air. Daddy will blow on them and you'll feel better. Pff dash, a breath mixed with black toothpaste sprayed onto white firewood's head. Yijiosa keenly noticed that white firewood's eyelids moved, and his right paw revealed its sharp nails, deeply embedded into the bear's skin. Fu Chang, Daddy will cut your nails tomorrow. Yijiosa activated Xuanzang mode. What if you scratch me and I get rabies? In this era without vaccines, I can only die miserably in the wild. White Firewood turned his head and shifted his body, changing his angle to rest. Fuqiang. Yi Jiusa said bitterly. He turned 90 degrees on the bare skin and moved his face to the front of White Firewood. Daddy can also help you catch lice, rub your belly, trim your fur, and take a bath. Rich. Gurgle. The sound of the intestines moving was very obvious in the quiet night. Sometimes it was not because of hunger, but because Yi Jiusa rubbed his stomach and furrowed his brows. Accompanied by a soft, puffed sound, his eyebrows slowly relaxed again. Ah, the fart was the air in the stomach. How could he not release it? The fragrance of a single dog began to ferment and spread in the air. Yi Jiusa's fart could be said to be long-lasting and strong. In the next second, Yi Jiusa saw his Fuqiang's eyes widen. Its golden eyes showed disbelief and shock. Its dog face seemed to be distorted. It suddenly bounced off the bare skin with 3 legs and rushed out of the cave at the speed of the wind. Fuck! Yi Jiusa saw the 3-legged dog burst out with the power of 6 legs. He was dumbfounded. Damn, as expected of me. Even my fart is as strong as a nuclear bomb. No, how can a 3-legged dog run so fast? No, no. Hey! Fuqiang. Fuqiang, where the fuck are you going? Finally realizing the seriousness of the problem, Yi Jiusa put on his clothes in a hurry and used his lightness skill to chase after the dog. It could be said that he was in a hurry. As a result, deep in the mountains, the girl's shrill scream echoed in the second half of the night. Fuqiang. The low houses were densely packed together, and the cultivated fields were planted with new seedlings, which were full of vitality. The sun poured down, and the children's eyes were full of smiles. The villagers comforted each other, and it was a new day. This was one of the prosperous villages during the Warring States period. Because there was a witch, ordinary monsters did not dare to invade, and the peace of this area was maintained. But now, this peace was in danger. Since the Jade of 4 Souls reappeared in the world, the behavior of evil spirits became more and more unscrupulous. They either preyed in groups or launched sneak attacks. They spread and strengthened from the city where people see it area and devoured many villages with witches and demon slayers. The Jade of 4 Souls. It is said that it can fulfill all people's wishes. The witch sneered, and no one knew what she was thinking, but the teacup in her hand was heavily knocked on the low table. The brown tea water rippled, reflecting her wrinkled face, which was distorted into a fragmented picture. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn, and she deeply realized that she was old. Miss Sway. Outside the house came the voice of the villagers. Outside the curtain, the villagers were kneeling on the porch, with proper behavior. Miss Sway, there is a girl outside the village, holding a dog. Miss Sway slightly opened her eyes. A girl. Carrying a sword, young age, extraordinary clothes, seems to be a Kikuin who left home. The villagers whispered, there is no demon energy or smell of blood on her, she looks very clean. Miss Sway's eyes lit up, take me to see her. Yes. Yi Jiusa almost did not sleep for the whole night, and it took a lot of effort to find White Firewood from the corner of the village. He still remembered that when he found the poor puppy, it had fainted on the side of the road, unconscious. It seemed to be seriously injured again, its yellow fur was soaked with blood, and the wound on its broken arm began to inflame and flow with pus. In the absence of medicine, the puppy's life was almost walking on the border of life and death. He could only reluctantly exchange expensive medicine from the shop to save the puppy's life. Although the time consumption did not increase, it fortunately did not decrease too much, which was really a blessing. Yi Jiusa held White Firewood and carefully examined its wounds. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. Its back was cut by a sharp weapon, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and no fur was left. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. To be precise, if it went any deeper, its entire spine would have been broken. Yijosa's eyes narrowed, and he felt that things were not so simple. If saving a random animal could save his life, this task was too easy, and there must be hidden secrets that he didn't know. Moreover, what kind of grudge did they have against a puppy? Why would they attack it again and again? Were they stupid? He tightened his grip on White Firewood's body, thinking that he couldn't stay in this damn place anymore. He needed a safe place to recuperate, and more importantly, he needed a stable environment for White Firewood to recover. Only in this way could he keep this long-term meal ticket. White Firewood was still unconscious, and Yijosa had been practicing qigong intermittently for half an hour, looking for people. But he didn't expect that what he saw along the way would change his understanding of this era. After he left the deep forest, the first person he saw was a half-rotten corpse. The three huge, pitch-black humanoid beasts divided the corpse, then lay down on the ground. In an instant, they turned into three huge rocks and rolled in different directions. He hid behind the giant tree and watched everything without making a sound. When the surroundings returned to peace, he immediately left the place. Damn, there's a demon. The first village he saw had already turned into a burning sea of blood. The bandits laughed arrogantly and surrounded a group of crying women. It was an unbearable scene. He killed them. He killed people. It took Yijosa a while to overcome this fear. He temporarily settled the women down, and decided to find a place for himself and for them to stay. How bad is public security? After searching for so long, he finally found a relatively rich and peaceful village. And the moment he stepped into the village, White Firewood, who had been unconscious for days in his arms, finally opened his eyes. The sunlight was dazzling, the hug was warm. Saishomaru opened his heavy eyelids and saw the girl's beautiful face again. She was against the light, and her face was blurry, but the smile on her face was real and vivid. He saw her lowered her head, and intimately rubbed his forehead with her chin. "You're finally awake. Dad was worried about you." Saishomaru was surprised. He looked up and glanced at her. "Fuqiang, if you run around again, Dad will slice you into dog meat hot pot." Saishomaru was speechless. He didn't know what hot pot was. But he still knew what dog meat was. Chapter 7. Yijosa held White Firewood and stood outside the fence of the village. He lowered his eyes and gently rubbed the puppy in his arms. His beautiful and delicate face was suffused with a gentle glow. A wind blew in the open field, raising his blue and white Taoist robe and causing it to sway at just the right angle. His fingers curled around a strand of long, black hair, and he naturally tucked it behind his ear. He vaguely revealed a demure and dazzling spring cherry blossoms. White Firewood closed his eyes and his ears trembled. He slowly relaxed his body and found a comfortable angle in her arms to rest. Separated by the village fence, 3 farmers stood 5 steps away. They carried roughly made farming tools and stared at Yijosa and the puppy in his arms, not letting down their guard for even a moment. Yijosa understood their concerns. If they wanted to survive in such a chaotic world, they could not make any mistakes. Even if it was just a child, who could be sure that there were no vicious beasts hidden under the child's skin? He admired their caution. Only by being careful enough could they accumulate the capital to survive in this chaotic world. If he could integrate into this village, he should be able to obtain a relatively long period of stability. As he planned for the future, he gradually relaxed. At this moment, he saw a group of people walking toward him unhurriedly from the village. The person in the lead was an old woman. Her hair was gray and her figure was stooped. She held a longbow tightly in her withered hands and carried a quiver of arrows on her back. She wore a neat red and white witch dress, and a pair of persevering and transparent eyes were embedded in her wrinkled face. Like an eagle or an owl, she seemed to have the intuition and sharpness of a wild beast. She walked step by step, slow but steady, with a weather-beaten aura. She was like an outstanding lone pine on a high mountain. Be it men or women, they all followed behind her without prior agreement, maintaining a clear line of demarcation and not crossing the line at all. Yijiosa understood that this old woman was the leader of this village. The fence was pushed open by the old woman herself. She stared straight at him with a sense of scrutiny. He discovered that the old woman's eyes were shining. This kind of gaze was like staring at a treasure, blazing like fire. After a long time, she smiled. The wrinkles on her face piled up, making it almost impossible to see her facial features. But there was genuine joy in her eyes. "I've kept you waiting, child." As soon as these words were spoken, it was practically the final word. Yijiosa revealed an incomparably pure smile. He understood that he had been accepted. In the shabby wooden house, the firewood was boiling tea, and in the crackling sound, Yijiosa and Miko Minoru sat opposite each other, separated by a coarse rice bowl. They had been communicating with each other for some time. The two of them, who clearly had nothing to do with each other before entering the village, were now sitting together happily like a grandparent and grandchild. Their words were filled with similar emotions. Yijiosa paid attention to the shape of Miko's mouth, and then listened to the words that came into his ears. His heart was filled with an indescribable complex feeling. He clearly knew that the other party was speaking another language, but the amazing thing was that not only could he hear it clearly, but he could even speak the same fluent language from his own mouth. Yijiosa lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment of conversation, he basically figured out the general background of this world. This was like the era of war hundreds of years ago in Japan. There were countless roving bandits and divided forces, and there were even powerful Miko and bloody and ferocious monsters. The nobles fought endlessly every day. Their pursuit of power was far greater than managing the life and death of the commoners. Wandering samurai became bandits, groups of monsters invaded villages, and the commoners struggled to survive in the cracks, but they did not have a good ending. "Our village is called the Village of Sway." The old woman explained, "Every village under the protection of a Miko will be named after the Miko, which means a Miko's protection and responsibility for this place. I've guarded this village for 30 years, and it's time for me to run out of oil." Yijiosa raised his head and looked into the old woman's kind eyes. He seemed to have realized something in an instant. "I know you have a request." Miko Sway smiled. "I've lived for more than 50 years, and I've seen the most cunning humans and monsters. Your thoughts can't be hidden from my eyes." This was the understanding and wisdom given by the years, and also a gift from God to her. Although the girl in front of him was young, the aura around her was strong, like the bright moon in the sky. To be able to survive in this chaotic world with a puppy and still live such a good and tidy life was not due to luck, nor was it due to luck. It was only because she was a strong person, that was all. Miko Sway wanted to keep her. This thought was urgent and strong, more persistent than any other wish. Yijiosa did not hesitate. His original intention was to stay here. Since Miko Sway gave him a straight ball, he would take it. There was no need to be pretentious. As for Miko Sway's purpose, he could guess a thing or two. Whether it was running out of oil or guarding and responsibility, she was implicitly conveying one thought to him: she wanted him to stay and take care of this village. He did not know why he caught the eye of the witch Minoru, but thinking of his identity and the sword on his back, thinking of the woman in the cave and the white firewood in his arms, he readily agreed. If you don't mind, I hope to do my bit for this village. Miko Sui smiled happily. On the same day, Yijiosa brought the women back to the village. It was rare for him to pay attention to the expressions of the villagers. He found that except for the shaman Minoru, the rest of them had a bitter look on their faces. He carefully looked at their patched clothes and weak bodies, and he knew that the food in this small village was not enough for so many people. There was indeed food in the shop, but he knew that he should not show his wealth. If it was not necessary, he would never expose his uniqueness. But now, the food in the village was indeed a shortcoming. Since he decided to blend in with the crowd, as a man of iron, there was no reason for him to live off a woman. It was true that he could give Bai Chai and himself special treatment, but he was the only one who drank wine and ate meat among all the others. He couldn't bring himself to do something like that. Therefore, for the sake of White Firewood's future dog food quality and his own growth needs, he must find a strategy to get rich first, and build a new socialist countryside. Yijiosa once again visited Miko Sui and got a solution that was not really a solution. Monster retirement. Not every village was lucky enough to have the protection of a witch or an exorcist. There were always villages around that were harassed by monsters for a long time and had to ask for help. And to ask the help of an exorcist or witch from another village, they always had to pay a few bags of food. Miko Sui was old, and it was no longer suitable for her to retire. But he was still very young. Coupled with the lethality of the pure Yang skill to break the giant rock, Yijiosa felt that he could give it a try. Night fell, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Yijiosa covered the clean tatami mats with thick leather and gently placed the white firewood in front of him. Then, he carefully removed the pear blossom velvet from its body. In the dim light, he exchanged for a set of surgical tools and focused on cutting off the blood-stained hair and scraping off the pus-rotting flesh for white firewood. During this period, the young puppy did not make a sound, quite like Guan Yunchang scraping bones to heal wounds. Yijiosa sprinkled a lot of anti-inflammatory powder on the wound, mixed with a high-quality hemostatic powder, to cover up the ugly scars. He carefully changed the bandages for white firewood, held the extremely weak little thing in his arms, and secretly took out a bowl of mixed soup from the backpack, scooping a spoon to feed it little by little. When the broth was poured into his stomach, Saishomaru opened his eyes. The human cub gave him a whole bowl of broth, while she ate 2 cold rice balls with water. Strange humans. With such laughable kindness and benevolence, they would actually go so far for another species. He couldn't understand, and he didn't want to understand. She looked tired. This time, she didn't rudely take off her clothes, nor did she talk to him noisily. Instead, she lay on her side beside him and quickly closed her eyes. The sky blue sleeves covered his body, and she hugged him. "Good night, Fuqiang," she murmured gloomily, "Daddy will protect you." Protect you. Saishomaru was stunned, and the floodgates of memories suddenly opened, flying snow, moonlit night, deep sea, fire. There was a figure standing in front of him gradually moving away, and in an instant, it was stained with countless amounts of blood. The wind was raging in his ears, and the other party's fragmented words came. "Saishomaru, is there something you want to protect?" A wisp of wind entered through the crack of the door, extinguishing the faint light. But before the cold could reach him, he was pulled into a warm embrace, close to her heart. Chapter 8. When Saishomaru opened his eyes, it was already late in the morning. The noise of people gradually became clearer, and the smell of sweat from farmers mixed with the rough fragrance of rice balls brushed his nose along with the wind. A human village, his current resting place. The puppy wriggled its body and popped its head out from the bare skin. He quietly looked around the cramped residence, his dark golden eyes carrying a sense of scrutiny. The small space was arranged clearly at a glance. That strange human puppy was not by his side. Her bedding was still wrinkled, the residual smell was cold, and the heat dissipated. Her sword could not be found on the rough low table, and there were no items beside the bed. Apart from a bare skin and a trace of breath, she seemed to have evaporated from the world, without a trace. Saishomaru lowered his eyes, and inexplicably felt that this narrow tatami mat was empty. He rarely had the experience of sleeping. Even if he was seriously injured during his travels and fell into a coma, he would still retain his terrifying bestial nature. Once he sensed a threat approaching, all living things would be torn to pieces by his battle instincts. But last night, he slept so deeply that even the departure of a human could not wake him up. Saishomaru did not care about the safety of the human puppy, nor did he care if it left him. The only thing he cared about was the deep question behind the details: what happened to his body? His perception decreased. His alertness decreased. Did he let his guard down? A human got up and went out next to him, and he actually did not notice the commotion. This was something that had never happened before. Moreover, the recovery ability of a great demon was very strong. Even if it was a fatal injury, as long as he had a breath, he could recover in a few days. However, after a long time, not only did he not return to his peak state, but he also became weaker, and even the condensation of his demon power was not as good as before. This was also something that had never happened before. His body seemed to have become a sieve, whether it was his vitality or demon power, they were all slowly flowing away, flowing to a place that he could not fathom. Saishomaru narrowed his eyes, thinking of the unknown attack he encountered in the forest. The killing intent in his heart continued to rise. His intuition told him that there was something fishy going on. But he was also very curious. Who was it that was so arrogant and wanted to take his life time and time again? Enduring the pain on his back, Saishomaru stepped out of the bed with his remaining 3 legs, intending to leave the human village. The dignity of the strong prevented him from accepting the protection of the weak, the pride of the big demon prevented him from bringing the threat to others. A human cub should be raised in a human village. He had no interest in getting involved with humans. After all, his goal had always been to be domineering. He succeeded in pinning the wooden door open, and a ray of warm sunlight shone in. But in the next second, the huge dustpan hood on the side of the door came down like an inescapable net, firmly trapping him inside. Plop dash, dust rustled down, mixed with the smell of grass, and landed on his body. Then, through the gap of the dustpan, he saw a blue skirt swaying outside. The visitor squatted leisurely in front of the dustpan and said coldly, "Fuchiang, I knew you were going to escape. So, I learned how to catch birds and made a trap for you, dustpan to catch dogs. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" He decided to lock this damn cub in a cage after he recovered. Yijiosa was not an idiot. He got up early and went to the uncultivated wasteland with the farmers. He pulled out his long sword and cut through the thorns for them. Since he planned to integrate into this village, he had to make some contributions. Otherwise, even if the witch Sui accepted them under pressure, he would not be able to resist the villagers' gazes. He had to prove his value and establish his position. In the absence of foreign enemies, engaging in farming was undoubtedly a good way to build a closer relationship. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. Anyone who saw him would smile when they saw him. What's more, using the reclamation of the wasteland to practice his skills was also a good choice. So, he smoothly advanced with a group of farmers. The boulders were smashed, the weeds were swept, and the land was penetrated. In the terrible roar, the blue energy mixed with the sharp sword intent took only half a day to open up 10 acres of new land for the village. Damn, he never knew that the skills of the pure Yang Palace were so strong. Looking at the farmers around him, the way they looked at him had already changed from burdensome to dumbfounded, from impatient to shocked, from holy shit to holy shit. Yijiosa was satisfied and accepted the eyes of the people who worshipped him. Then he directed the farmers to pick up 3 dead rabbits and 2 cut snakes from the weeds of 10 acres of land. Fujiang's food was saved, satisfied. He carried a small mountain of firewood on his back and dragged a group of farmers who were as tired as dead dogs back to the village. On this trip, not only did everyone come back unscathed, but they even got 2 baskets of fresh game. Mountain fruits, wild vegetables, herbs, and fish. At this time, even the witch Minoru couldn't hide her smile. It didn't take long for Yijiosa to find that the villagers were respectful to him, with a hint of strange worship. At that time, he was holding Guzi and sitting outside the house in the sun, scooping delicious snake soup to feed Fujiang. It was just that white firewood was very uncomfortable, probably because the dustpan hit its wound. It was in pain and refused to eat. Yijiosa patiently tortured it for a long time, until the soup was almost cold, and then his face changed. He remembered the husky in his previous life, and couldn't help but sneer at the puppy in his arms. This dog, can be spoiled, spoil it slowly, and then it began to do bad things. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a white hair on white firewood's head, and said with a smile, "Fujiang, if you don't eat, Dad will pluck your hair." "Fujiang is so cute, do you want to become a bald dog?" The naked threat was accompanied by the pain of his fur being plucked. Until this moment, white firewood realized how lethal the naughty child was. He decided to kill this damn cub after he recovered. After noon, the weather suddenly changed, and the wind and rain suddenly came. Bean-sized raindrops slapped on the fragile wooden house, and strings of rainwater leaked through the broken cracks. Yijiosa held white firewood, wrapped himself in leather, and sat in the corner, staring at the roof that was leaking rain. He didn't know when the rain would end. If it continued to rain, he might not be able to sleep. The cold wind whistled and the door rattled. Amidst the sound of wind and rain, he suddenly heard the sound of messy footsteps and a panting voice saying something intermittently. "Lord Sway, please. People see city." The exorcist family was destroyed. It seems that only the eldest daughter is left. Maple Village, if the witch Kikyu is still here. The rest of the words were drowned by the sound of rain. They entered another room, and all the information was isolated. People see city. Maple Village. Exorcist. Yijiosa murmured, "Why do I feel like a storm is coming?" But the name Maple Village is the witch they're called Maple. Yijiosa didn't notice that white firewood in his arms slowly opened his eyes when he heard the words, Maple Village. He remembered clearly that the stupid half-demon had his mind taken away by a human woman. Because of his senseless feelings, he was carelessly sealed for 50 years. He was nailed to the tree like a bug, exposed to the sun and rain. And Maple Village was the place where the half-demon was sealed. What a shame. What a degenerate. What a waste of the bloodline given by the White Dog clan. What he couldn't bear the most was that his biological father actually left Taisuya to the half-demon. Let a famous sword be covered in dust. Saishomaru's mood fluctuated slightly, and even his front paws had sharp nails. A little demon power stuck on the nails, increasing their ability to break through the defense little by little. He didn't notice that his nails had pierced into the clothes and hooked on the edge of the cloth. Until Yijiosa's arms were a bit sore, he wanted to change his position to hug it, but he suddenly found that the collar was slanted, and half of the clothes were torn by the dog's claws, revealing a large area of delicate skin. Yijiosa was indifferent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Fujiang. Your claws. Were they chopped off because they tore off a woman's bra?" Chapter 9. When the rainstorm stopped, it was the time of the devil. Before the dark clouds could disperse, it was dyed with an ominous blood color. The damp environment and the bleak temperature dispelled the villagers' desire to work. They listened to Sway's order and stayed in their wooden houses, no longer going out. In the sensitive period of the lack of medicine and the proliferation of demons, even if the crops in the fields were important, they had to stay alive to harvest. The village quieted down, and Miso asked about Yi-Josa's situation in a low voice. After learning that Yi-Josa was resting in his house, Miso felt relieved, turned around, and entered her own house. However, Sway did not know that there was an unavoidable emergency in the world, called "People Have Three Urgent Needs." Yi-Josa fell asleep with white firewood in his arms, and was finally awakened by the urge to pee. In ancient times, if you wanted to solve your physiological needs, don't mention finding a high-end toilet, even a clean pail was a luxury. In a populated city, there might be more complete toilet facilities, but the place where he was staying was a small mountain village with nothing. Did they have a toilet? Well, there was. Yi-Josa had seen it before. It was a ditch in the dark side of the hillside, covered by a few simple wooden boards. When he stepped into the toilet, he felt like his nose had been hit by 100,000 tons of feces bomb. It was only at this moment that Yi-Josa realized how serious the fart he had let out in the cave had been to Fu-Chang. But what was more terrible than the stench was that he saw a row of black, white, and dark yellow buttocks squatting on the ditch, one after another. This scene, he did not want to recall a second time in his life. From then on, whenever he needed to solve the problem of urination, he would choose to use his lightness skill to run 3 miles, dig the soil to fill the hole, and live a more difficult life than anyone else. And because of the different physiological structures of men and women, the posture of going to the toilet was also very awkward. When a man wanted to go to the toilet, he only needed to stand and shake. When a woman wanted to go to the toilet, her posture must be correct, the paper towel must be soft, her legs and feet must be strong, and she also needed to clean and wipe her body afterwards. If you were unlucky enough to encounter constipation, it would really be like the wind blowing on your pants and your buttocks. At one point, Yi-Josa was driven crazy. When he went to the toilet, his hands and feet were sore. He held onto a tree and shouted, "Mom." After repeating this a few times, he finally got used to the various inconveniences of using his hands. Then, he lamented that his messy life was really fucked up. Carefully looking at the weather outside, Yi-Josa carefully settled the sleeping, white firewood, took out his sword and walked out. As for why he took the sword, it was to dig a hole. He skillfully used his great lightness skill to leave, like a white crane gliding across the sky without alerting anyone. Little did he know that after he left, White Firewood, who was nestled in the bare skin, crawled out of the blanket and nimbly pushed open the door gap. The tip of Saishomaru's nose twitched. He followed the scent coming from the wind, chose a direction, and left without hesitation. He smelled it, the scent that had chased him twice. Yi-Josa was extremely bitter. He could not understand. It was just a matter of squatting. How did it develop to this point? He admitted that he ran a little further away, and also admitted that he hid a little for his own safety and privacy. But he did not expect to bump into someone in such a secluded place. A person, a living, strange person wearing the skin of a white baboon, and raising a swarm of giant wasps. Yi-Josa originally thought that this fellow sufferer also came out to squat, but he did not expect that the group of wasps actually brought him a bloody arm. Holy shit, that was a big scare. Yi-Josa sensibly stopped all his movements and became a quiet wallflower. Due to the angle, he did not see the person's face. Only through the gap of the trees, he saw that the person stretched out a particularly slender and beautiful hand, gently fiddling with a light pink fragment. Inuyasha's brother, Saishomaru. A sweet, deep voice sounded in the forest. The white baboon took out a fragment and deeply embedded it into the muscle of the severed arm. A pure-blooded great demon of the white dog clan. What an enviable background. He was like a schizophrenic, his murmuring voice alternating between gentle and sinister. The malice in his voice was chilling. Lord Saishomaru, if I can devour you. He he he. A wasp flew over from the horizon and landed beside him, as if reporting something. Not long after, the white baboon picked up the severed arm, chose a direction, and left in a hurry, disappearing without a trace. The wasps that stayed in place purposefully split into two groups, flapping their wings and flying into the forest. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in the surroundings, Yijosa leaned on his sword and trembled as he propped up his numb legs. His intuition told him that the white baboon did not look like a good person. It was obvious that he was a troublemaker. He had to quickly distance himself to prevent being implicated. But what he thought was one thing, and what his body did was another. He actually turned on his toes. Because of his strong curiosity and little sense of justice, he resolutely followed the white baboon and headed in an unknown direction. If he was weak and powerless, perhaps he would have selectively ignored this encounter. But now that he had the sword in his hand, all methods of escaping had a different flavor. He wanted to catch up and see what was going on. He wanted to use the sword in his hand to pierce through the remnant and do whatever he could. With this terrifying feeling of adrenaline rushing to his head, Yijosa simply let himself go and became completely delusional. Yijosa did not catch up to the white baboon. He once again lost the direction of his life. In the end, he followed a wasp and inexplicably arrived at a new village. He discovered that the wasp had stopped in midair, its terrifyingly large compound eyes staring in one direction. It did not move for a long time. At that moment, the sky had already darkened, but there were sporadic will-o'-the-wisps floating in the surroundings, illuminating the forest in an eerie manner. Boom! A sound that cut through boulders and cracked the ground exploded not far away. Immediately after, a dazzling arrow beam pierced through the night, illuminating the sky in a snow-white color. Inuyasha! The girl's worried cry tore through the night. In an instant, a blazing inferno ignited and swept through the entire desolate forest. Yijosa pushed aside the trees and saw a messy battlefield. In the crisscrossing blade marks, two figures, one red and one white, were engaged in a chaotic battle. The speed at which they flew was dazzling. Both of them had long, silver-white hair that formed beautiful arcs in the air. Not only did they not seem burdensome in battle, but they also had an unrestrained beauty. Blood splattered, and every move was fatal. The sharp killing intent swept through the senses of the bystanders, leaving no room for maneuver. Inuyasha, is that all you've got? As expected, a half-demon will always be a half-demon. You'll never be presentable. A cold and disdainful voice came. Yijosa turned to look at the white-clothed man who had the upper hand in the battle. His gaze paused. The other party had a head of silver-white ankle-length hair that looked like a bride's full-length veil. He had an ascetic, handsome face that was painted with patterns, stickers, contact lenses, and eyeshadow. He was wearing a set of shiny armor and an expensive fur coat. Look at this coquettish outfit, the aura of a great demon king, and the lines exclusive to villains. According to his many years of experience in stallion novels, this man did not look like a messenger of justice, nor did he have the aura of a protagonist. What should a protagonist look like? First of all, he had to be masculine and tough, dominate fate, have the vitality of a cockroach, and the determination to fight without fear. Secondly, no matter if he was poor or ascended to the top of the world, there must be a girl by his side. She was beautiful and could scream, cook and warm the bed. Thirdly, there would be subordinates who were willing to follow him, die for him when he was in trouble, support his enemies, and clean up the mess afterward. Finally, the protagonist would be suppressed and beaten pitifully in the early stages. This was an iron rule that could not be broken. Yijiosa's eyes were like lightning. He locked onto another man in the battle, white hair, red clothes, eyes like torches, thick eyebrows, and poor skills. There was a subordinate behind him. The subordinate was wearing purple clothes. He was kneeling on the ground, panting. There was a girl behind him. The girl was wearing a sailor suit. She was awesome without exposing herself. With such a sharp contrast, Yijiosa immediately selected his own faction. However, a second before he joined the faction, he reacted, "Huh? Sailor suit. Wait." He suddenly looked up and stared at the battered girl. His eyes were bursting with joy as if he had seen his family. However, this joy did not last long. It turned into an unconcealable horror. Behind the sailor suit girl, a puppy with only 3 legs was running aggressively. It was wrapped in bandages as it headed towards the most intense battle. It was fearless. Chapter 10. Yijiosa had never thought that his Fuqiang was such a loyal and reliable dog. Even if it was thousands of miles away, even if it was surrounded by swords and knives, even if it was on the edge of life and death, once it found that its master was missing, it would immediately drag its seriously injured body to follow a trace of breath. The grievance of being tricked by the husky in his previous life disappeared instantly. Now, his eyes were filled with the brave and loyal Fuqiang. He was so touched that when he saw Fuqiang rushing to the battlefield to die, he immediately panicked. "Fuqiang, Daddy is here." Daddy wasn't killed by a villain. He gathered his chi in his pubic region and roared "Fuqiang," like superimposed sound effects, reverberating in the night sky, layer by layer, like waves sweeping the entire area. Suddenly, the silver-haired man in fur and the red-shirted man stopped at the same time. The purple-shirted man turned his head in surprise, and the girl in the sailor suit was so scared that she staggered. Her skirt swayed greatly, but she was not exposed at all. The girl's movement was also very smooth. Yijiosa regretfully turned his eyes away and saw that the puppy in the field had paused for a moment. The puppy only gave him a slightly cold look before it moved again without hesitation. It made a leap of faith from a high place and drew a long, bright arc in the air. It was obviously a puppy, but its movement was so clean and agile like a veteran on the battlefield. As strong as a sword, as elegant as an eagle, all its killing intent was locked on the silver-haired man in fur. At this moment, its aura soared to 2.8 meters, and it was invincible in the world. Inuyasha didn't have time to dodge, and the puppy kicked him in the nose. Using his face, the puppy quickly scratched Saishomaru on the opposite side, as if the two of them were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. However, White Firewood's movement was blocked in the end. Under the suppression of the opponent's demonic power, the weakened state was not enough for it to succeed in one attack. Clang dash, the dark green claw split the ground, and the fierce demonic power sent White Firewood flying. Saishomaru licked his blood-stained fingers, and his dark golden eyes were deep and serene. Not dead yet. Saishomaru raised his right hand and lashed out with a green whip. With a terrifying killing intent, he swore to split the firewood into 2 halves. In the blink of an eye, a blue sword shadow flew over from afar and stabbed firmly under White Firewood's feet. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams instantly formed a sturdy golden bell shield, protecting the puppy's body from all directions. Mountain River Suppression dash, in the next second, the powerful chi strength of the 4 symbols reincarnation hit him, and the yin and yang form transformation's extremely lethal power broke out. Accompanied by the loud crack of the ground, boundless and vast spiritual energy crushed the entire battlefield. A gust of wind rose, and sword energy flowed in all directions. The green whip smashed onto the mountain-suppressing river, but it didn't budge at all. The sudden turn of events made Saishomaru narrow his eyes, looking at the entrant with a gloomy gaze. A girl? No, he wasn't just a human. The sky-blue Taoist robe fluttered by the chi's strength, and his long black hair danced wildly in the air like a demon. Yijiosa's figure flashed into the battlefield, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Although his Fu Chang was usually cold and arrogant, it was still a well-behaved puppy. It wouldn't pay attention to people casually, and it wouldn't have great malice towards anyone. Someone who could force Fu Chang to go crazy and bite people must have done something unforgivable to it. In that instant, Yijiosa thought of White Firewood's severed arm, and the fatal wound on his back that was so deep that bones could be seen. If that's the case, then it makes sense. This damn executioner wouldn't even let a puppy go. I say dash, he looked up at Saishomaru with hidden anger, didn't anyone teach you? He swore that today, he would let the other party know how to write the word father. You have to look at the owner before you hit the dog. Boom dash, a demonic power as thick as a mountain collided with a full-level pure yang inner force, and a large part of the forest collapsed and trembled. Saishomaru's long whip swept through every landing point, but it couldn't stop the pure yang purple cloud art, which was the ancestor of long-range combat. Countless blue auras fell on the ground, and the radiance of the spiritual power washed away almost all the dirt. Yijiosa's hand holding the sword was very steady, and his slightly rusty skills gradually became smooth as the battle heated up. The protective function of Mountain River was slowly losing its effect, and White Firewood was in danger again. Yijiosa finally forced his opponent away, and immediately turned around, pointed the tip of his sword at his dog, and instantly used 9 turns return to 1. 9 turns return to 1 was a long-range cheating skill. It could be used to attack any part of the opponent's body when the opponent was close to you, and create an extremely long distance between you and the opponent, so that you could have an absolute advantage in long-range combat. In the game, this skill couldn't be used on teammates, but after leaving the game, it became another way for Yijiosa to protect his teammates. It was to let the opponent leave the battlefield and run faster. No matter what, he couldn't let White Firewood get even more injured. The little thing was already very weak, and if he was hit again, he might die, right? If Bai Chai were to die, it wouldn't be long before he kicked the bucket as well. White Firewood's pupils shrank when the tip of the sword was pointed at him. But in the next second, he suddenly discovered that he had been knocked back 20 meters uncontrollably, and had fallen accurately into Inuyasha's arms. Inuyasha, huh? White Firewood exploded. It bared its sharp fangs, and let out a low growl at the most intense part of the battle. The anger of being protected by humans and the displeasure of having its prey stolen intertwined, and it desperately wanted to return to the forbidden area and kill them when they were unprepared. But Inuyasha, this stupid half-demon, grabbed it and even reached out to pull the 2 humans beside him to hide in a relatively safe place. The roar of the battle exploded in front of them. They couldn't participate in the battle in that area, and they didn't need to be smart to intervene. Inuyasha's intuition was very sensitive when it came to avoiding the threat of death. Inuyasha, that girl. I don't know her. Inuyasha frowned and pressed the puppy in his arms. She seems to be the owner of this puppy. The owner of the puppy was estimated to be only 8 or 9 years old, but she was strong enough to fight against an adult big demon. She looked calm and didn't show any fear. Blue and light purple magic circles covered the battlefield, reducing the speed and demon power of Saishomaru little by little. Very strong. Gu Wei murmured, I can feel that her spiritual power is boiling. It was like boiling hot water in a pot, trying to lift the heavy lid and break the shackles, without any scruples. Strong enough to be on par with a big demon. Mithreya in purple monk robes echoed, if she can grow up. A strong wind suddenly swept from the center of the battle circle, carrying thick dust and blurring everyone's eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when Inuyasha raised his sleeve to cover his face, White Firewood scratched his arm with his claws. He turned over and fell as Inuyasha screamed in pain, and jumped into the center like lightning. The distance quickly approached, and one end of the scale tilted slightly, stripping away the demon power that had been stolen, converging it into thousands of invisible strands, and merging it into White Firewood's body. His fangs became sharp, and his speed became faster. His figure expanded by 30%, and like a sharp sword, he tore open the stalemate of the battle and became a black horse that stole the kill. Roar dash! A beastly roar burst out of White Firewood's throat. He seized the opportunity and landed on the shoulder of Saishomaru like a ghost. He picked the carotid artery with the strongest blood energy, and fiercely bit down. Bastard! Go to hell! At the same time, a sword energy slashed down from top to bottom, cutting open the enemy's chest. Roar dash! An inhuman howl resounded in the sky. The silver-haired man in fur was like a deflated balloon. As his demon power and blood flowed out, he gradually turned into a withered piece of human skin. In Yijiosa's limited vision, he only saw Fu Chang bite the villain's neck in order to protect his master. Then, the villain mysteriously withered, and the moment he was about to disappear, an explosion of demon power was triggered. Shocked, Yijiosa stabbed the dog with the only mountain river out of instinct. Boom dash! White Firewood was blown away, Yijiosa was swept up, and Inuyasha and the rest rolled along with the broken boulders, falling down the bumpy hill in a mess. The scene was a mess. Yijiosa's head hit a tree, and he fell into a temporary coma. Before he lost consciousness, he heard a familiar voice in his ears dash, ding. Congratulations, knight, for defeating a plunderer. The reward is 30 days of survival. Knight, keep up the good work and achieve even more brilliant results. He frowned and had no time to care about the burning pain coming from his wrist. Chapter 11. When Yijiosa woke up from his coma, the first thing he saw was the face of a young man in purple. He had square eyebrows, a delicate face, and a string of Buddhist beads tied around his wrist. He looked like a monk paying his respects to Buddha. His temperament was extremely amiable, and his voice was as clear as water. It was comfortable to listen to. If his tone was not so wretched, Yijiosa would have a better impression of him. What a beautiful young lady. Yijiosa listened to the other person's praise and regret. It's a pity that she's too young. Otherwise, I would really ask her if she's willing to give birth to a child for me. Give birth? Yijiosa felt a chill that he had never felt before. Give birth my ass, go play with your balls. He instinctively raised the sword in his hand and followed the voice with, 9 turns to 1. Accompanied by a series of exclamations and screams of people falling to the ground, the movement in his ears faded away, and he finally calmed down. He exhaled and gathered his scattered consciousness. Overhead was an old tan ceiling, giving off a musty smell of age. On his left was a small stove with firewood burning and hot soup, overflowing with a fragrant smell. Oh, I smell it. How nostalgic. This is the smell of instant noodles. Yijiosa was almost moved to tears. But the next second, he was no longer moved, because after searching around, he found that his beloved dog, Fu Chang, was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he was startled and immediately jumped up from the tatami, looking around blankly. Fu Chang. Fu Chang. But in this not-so-spacious residence, there was no other living thing except for the red-shirt man, Sailor Gives Up, and the gay perverted man. Perhaps it was his anxious expression that shocked them. After a moment of silence, Sailor Give Up said after some deliberation, I'm sorry, we didn't find your puppy. Joseph froze on the spot. He couldn't care less about getting close to Sailor Gives Up. He had to find white firewood as soon as possible, before it was helpless, homeless, and dying. The aftermath of the explosion was still wreaking havoc in his body, and his limbs were hurting badly. Even he, a cheater, was in such a state. He really didn't dare to think about the survival rate of a puppy. After all, he wasn't sure if the last mountain-crushing river would be able to protect it. However, Bai Chai was the comrade who had fought the boss with him. Even if he was permanently offline, Bai Chai would still live on in his heart. Joseph hurriedly said goodbye. He didn't care if his body was agile or not, he just hurriedly used his great qigong to look for the dog. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a white dot in the sky and disappeared. Therefore, he ignored Softy's shout behind him, "Wait! Your clothes!" Gu-wei rushed out with a half-dried blue Taoist robe in her arms. She looked around but did not see anyone. She caressed the exquisite patterns on the Taoist robe and sighed. She said to her companion behind her, "Inuyasha, next time, please track her aura. You have to return this robe to her." "Hey, are you treating me like a dog? Isn't it?" "No way." Inuyasha looked uncooperative. "This guy's clothes are full of Saishomaru's smell." He really couldn't figure it out. It was just a single exchange of blows, how could it be tainted with such a strong aura? Not to mention the girl, even his arm had the lingering smell of cold plum, which made him very annoyed. Saishomaru. Isn't he? Gu-wei was a little surprised. She thought of Saishomaru, who was at the center of the explosion, and lowered her voice. Didn't he disappear at that time? Yes. Inuyasha sneered. The one who disappeared wasn't Saishomaru. That should be a fake. Ha! Although I don't know what happened, but that Saishomaru isn't weak enough to be controlled by humans. Gu-wei couldn't help but fall silent. She looked at Inuyasha with a complicated expression. Hey, what's with that expression? Inuyasha was a little annoyed. Is there anything strange? Gu-wei carefully looked at Inuyasha as if she knew him for the first time. She clicked her tongue and said, "You hate Saishomaru on one hand and affirm Saishomaru on the other. You're like a child who hasn't grown up. You obviously want your elder brother's approval, but you act disdainful." Mithria smiled and echoed, "I didn't expect Inuyasha to be this kind of person." Inuyasha was speechless. Hey, you two, stop right there. The night in Maple Village was still in chaos. In the depths of the forest, under a thick tree, a man with shattered armor was unconscious. His long hair was like cascading mercury, spreading messily on the dead leaves. His eyes were closed and his eyebrows were knitted. His handsome face was full of embarrassment, but it didn't affect his elegance and charm. The bandage was broken into several pieces and he used it as a pillow. Red blood flowed from his waist, abdomen, and back, staining the soft and fluffy tail. The wind came and the leaves rustled. More and more in the bushes. The sound was getting closer, closer, and closer. In such a weak state, the great monster's instinct forced him to make the most basic deterrence. Saishomaru's eyes were scarlet, and he bared his sharp fangs. He suddenly sat up and let out a beast roar. He rushed to the bushes with a murderous look. Ah! A soft and tender scream sounded. A human girl in ragged clothes fell to the ground. She seemed to be frightened. She stared at him blankly, forgetting to scream and escape. Human. Cub. For some unknown reason, even though his consciousness was still in a state of chaos, his tense nerves and body had instinctively relaxed. Saishomaru used the tail as a pillow, and all his murderous look faded like the tide. His reason quietly climbed up. He half closed his eyes and stared at the girl not far away with no expression. After a while, he looked away and ignored her. Yijiosa looked for white firewood and found despair. He wore a red and white witch costume and walked through mountains and abyss with a sharp sword in his hand, but he couldn't find a single hair. He went back to the village of ears to wait, but he didn't expect that white firewood didn't set foot on the way back. Instead, he disappeared as if he had evaporated from the world. This was too much. We agreed to be each other's jinkala. Fu Chang, how could you abandon your father first? Yijiosa's whole body withered, to the point where he couldn't get up for the rest of his life. He waited at the village entrance, but he still didn't see Fu Chang's joyful figure running over. Sure enough, even the last mountain river couldn't protect that puppy. He sighed and only came back to his senses after a few days had passed. Apart from the premise of raising a dog to survive, he really loved this puppy, Fu Chang. It was the first living creature he met in the alternate world, and it was also his spiritual support at the beginning. He didn't expect that the separation of life and death would come so unexpectedly. He listlessly carried the basket on his back, put on his bamboo hat, and went into the mountains with 4 or 5 villagers with a sword to collect firewood. Even if Fu Chang was gone, life had to go on. Even if he only had 1.5 months left, he had to experience this world. If he could live, he would live. If he couldn't, he would be reincarnated. A Buddha-like life was the most comfortable. Yijiosa's mentality was calm, and there was a vague sense of self-abandonment. But life was always full of surprises. Just as he was waiting to die, he was sent a turning point. The strong smell of blood drifted in the wind. He squinted and slowly followed the smell of blood. On the bank of a flowing stream, he found a huge mastiff covered in blood, its fur standing up. Scarlet blood dyed the stream, and its pitch-black fur stood up like the sharpest steel needles. Even in a seriously injured state, it condensed an unconcealable spirit. This was an adult dog, and at the same time, it was also one of the most aggressive dogs in Asia, the Tibetan Mastiff. Yijiosa's face was paralyzed. He couldn't understand why there would be a Tibetan Mastiff in a small place like Dongying. He was complaining about the unreliability of fate in his mind, but his hands didn't slow down. He rejected the villagers' attempts to stop him, and carefully approached the Tibetan Mastiff. The large beast was lying on the ground, and the petite girl fed it medicine and carefully treated the blood clots. The Tibetan Mastiff's weak breathing gradually calmed down, and its vigilance gradually disappeared. Because of the Tibetan Mastiff's huge size, it took Yijiosa a lot of effort to get rid of the dirt on its body. Just as he took out a bandage and wrapped it around the Tibetan Mastiff's long scar, the black ferocious beast trembled slightly, exhaled a breath of hot air from its mouth and nose, and slowly woke up. It had a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be flowing with a bloody brilliance. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes in the Tibetan Mastiff's body, and stared blankly at the girl in front of him, feeling his body in a daze. What is this? Paw? Tail? Wait, he clearly fought with Hashirama in the Valley of End. How? What's going on? You're awake. Yijiosa rubbed its head and felt that this Tibetan Mastiff was a bit silly. Why is it staring at my paw for no reason? He patted its head, but it still ignored him. With this comparison, he especially missed the smart and cold Fuqiang. Although Fuqiang didn't care about him, a familiar pain came from his wrist. Yijiosa thought for a moment and suddenly said, "From today on, you will be called Democracy." Democracy, I'm your father. You also have a brother called Fuqiang. Chapter 12. Uchiha Madara felt that it was better to die under Senju Takuma's would escape than to die in the hands of this little ancestor. Although he did not know how he became a dog, as a dog, he also had dignity. He really could not stand being lifted up and scrutinized when he was weak. Even the other party said in a flat voice, "Democracy is for the public." The dog's face twisted. Uchiha Madara stared at the other party's neck and wanted to pounce on it and bite off the main artery. The size is not bad. The feeling of shame instantly exploded, and he made a low threat in his throat. He was obviously angry. The bitch will like it. An attack aimed straight for the vitals. Even if the other party was a young girl, it could not stop Uchiha Madara's killing intent. But the next second when he decided to bite the girl to death, the other party actually reached out and unexpectedly lifted his tail. Lifted. Tail. Tail. Uchiha Madara seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Very clean. Yijiosa thought of the husky that could get fur from a rake and was very satisfied with the clean butt of a democracy. Democracy is really a high-quality dog. Uchiha Madara was speechless. What was the difference between this sentence and, "You are really a beautiful top courtesan"? Yijiosa's bold and hot move really scared him. Even if Uchiha Madara was strong enough to single-handedly defeat the entire battlefield, and he was handsome enough to crack the sky when he was in human form, in terms of wretchedness, he really lost. He had never been molested by a woman, and it was a fucking humiliation. Even if Yijiosa had the face of a young girl, even if he was now a dog that could not speak, there was a huge difference in age and race between the two, but he was seen naked. Without reservation. Anger surged, and hot blood poured into his brain. Uchiha Madara was so angry that he finally couldn't resist the burden of his serious injuries and fainted. Yijiosa was stunned. When he realized that democracy was only asleep, he calmed down. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to carry the huge Tibetan Mastiff back home with Qingong. Grabbing the Tibetan Mastiff's fur, Yijiosa held his breath as he ran, rose into the air, shook off his teammates, picked up the dog, spun, circled, sped up, turned 720 degrees, landed, climbed, soared into the sky. Therefore, after this high-speed roller coaster, Uchiha Madara, who was forced to complete the 36 positions, vomited in a half-awake state. The smelly liquid covered Yijiosa's collar, making it hard for him to breathe. He hurriedly landed on the ground with the dog. Damn it, it's so disgusting. Ugh! Man and the dog crowded around a tree and vomited. Saishomaru quietly left the place where he was recuperating. He left as suddenly as he came. He raised his head and gently sniffed the air brought by the wind. The snow-colored tail slowly stretched out like a blooming wisteria, twisting and interweaving into a beautiful cloud. The cloud lifted his body, and like a swimming fish, he slowly rose into the sky. His gaze pierced through the strong wind and the clouds, calmly watching the battlefield a few days ago. Trees were broken, the mountain collapsed, and the ground was smashed into several large pits. Saishomaru was silent for a while and lightly landed on a high slope. Looking into the distance, he saw the towering, imperial divine wood as usual. The maple village that once sealed Inuyasha was still bustling. In the middle of the village, a sky-blue Taoist robe was hanging on a bamboo pole, fluttering in the wind, exuding the smell of sunshine. That damn cub is still alive. But it never looked for him. TSK, humans. Saishomaru's eyes darkened. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly sneered, boring. With a flick of his white robe, he flicked his sleeves and left. In the maple village, Inuyasha, who was carrying Taisuya, suddenly woke up. He looked in one direction with extreme vigilance, and the tip of his nose twitched. Then, his expression became a little strange. No, it can't be that guy, Saishomaru. Every time that guy met him, he would fight and snatch his knife. How could he leave so quickly? This must be an illusion. Saishomaru's journey was generally straight, without any plan or destination. It could be said that he killed everything in his way, completely displaying his extreme ego. He stepped on the heads of local snakes like he was stepping on flowers and grass, stepped on the back of the old tree spirit that was lying on the river, kicked away the mountain cats that were blocking his way, and cut a few evil spirits in half with a whip. The arrival of the terrifying noble young master made the surrounding small demons tremble in fear. They obediently retracted their claws and teeth, more obedient than ever. As his demon power and power recovered, the little servant that he hadn't seen for a long time finally found him. Master Saishomaru. Wait for Xie Jian. The green kappa rushed over with its two-headed mount. It covered its face with its sleeves and cried bitterly, as if it had experienced a life and death separation. Master Saishomaru. Xie Jian couldn't find you no matter what. The kappa cried, I thought you abandoned Xie Jian. An unneeded retainer has no face to live in this world. I didn't expect that you would come to Xie Jian again. Master Saishomaru. Shut up. Xie Jian immediately became obedient and prostrated on the ground. Yes, Master Saishomaru, I'm so happy to see that you're fine. Saishomaru paused and gave the kappa a cold look. After a moment of indifference, he suddenly asked, Did you come to me because you care about me? Xie Jian was shocked and understood that this was a fatal question. Of course. I'm always worried about Master Saishomaru's safety. Fu Chang, Dad will protect you. After a moment of silence, Saishomaru seemed to have thought of something. He raised his hand and fiercely gave Xie Jian a hot chestnut. Smack! Ow! Ignoring Xie Jian's grievance, Saishomaru moved forward. After he became a great demon, he started to encircle his territory. Every year, he would go to various areas several times. What happened before was just an accident, so he didn't take it to heart. After all, finding his own domineering was the most important thing he should do. However, while he was walking, he suddenly smelled blood. This smell is... Saishomaru tilted his head, and a face flashed in his mind. Oh, another cub. In the evening, the hot spring pool was in a mess. Yijiosa was soaking in the water, confronting the Tibetan Mastiff with an embarrassed face. He held Shifujiya in one hand and pulled the dog's long hair with the other, and roared, Democracy. Take a bath. Dad will avoid your wound. Bath? Impossible. Even if he, Uchiha Madara, becomes a dog, he will never bathe with a young girl. He is the leader of the Uchiha clan, he can't be so crazy. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara fiercely argued with him, woof 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 woof. Madara. This exchange is too damn frustrating. However, Yijiosa, as a person who has been fighting with huskies for a long time, has already reached level 10 in dog language. He sneered and pulled Democracy's 2 ears. Take a bath, and when you are well, Dad will find you a lovely female dog. You can give birth to a litter of good puppies. The Tibetan Mastiff struggled violently and even wanted to bite. Yijiosa quickly pulled out a roll of bandages, tied the Mastiff's mouth and limbs, and dragged him to the hot spring like a dead dog. Be good, Democracy, Dad won't do anything to you. Yijiosa smiled like an eel, carefully poured water on the dog, picked up Shifujiya and rubbed its body. From the head to the neck, from the neck to the belly, from the belly to the back, and then... Uchiha Madara was stiff on the ground, feeling like a fish on the chopping board. Life is like rape, if you can't resist, you have to learn to enjoy it. Democracy, you are like your brother Fuqiang. Yijiosa said, it's just a bath, why are you like dead? Because of your resistance, Dad's binding skills are getting better and better. But you have to believe that Dad is really not a pervert. It's really hard to raise you. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 13. Raising a dog is a technical job. White firewood needs to be rubbed, husky needs to be beaten, and Tibetan Mastiff needs to lie flat as a scarf. The wooden house in the village is low, the tatami is dry and cold, only the Mastiff beside him has some warmth. Yijiosa laid the fur, carefully avoided the wounds on the Mastiff, and found a relatively warm place to bury his body. At that moment, the comfortable feeling of being wrapped in high-quality fur made him let out a satisfied sigh. The night fell, and the villagers went to sleep early. In this era, lamp oil was very expensive. The more it was used, the less it could be used. In the village, which only had enough food and clothing, unless it was a festival, it was better to use less of this luxury. Yijiosa doesn't want to be special, so he also learned from others and hid the oil lamp at the bottom of the box. Without the light of a fire, the night was too dark. The moonlight was shallow and suffused with splendor. Yijiosa can't sleep, so he stroked the belly of Tibetan Mastiff, which made Uchiha Madara angry. That's enough. What the hell are you going to do to a dog? He opened his scarlet eyes in the darkness, and the blood flowing in them seemed to have a life of its own, showing an unconcealable brilliance. These eyes are the red roses of the ninja on the battlefield, condensed from thousands of bones and blood. They are cold, cruel, and beautiful. Even if they just stare calmly in one direction, they can stir up the momentum of 10,000 people. The beauty of strength, the posture of the peak. Yijiosa turned and accidentally met the eyes of Tibetan Mastiff. For a moment, he seems to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood in those eyes. He stared at Tibetan Mastiff and relaxed his breath. Then he innocently raised his hand and covered those red eyes. Quite beautiful. Uchiha Madara was slightly startled. Beautiful? No, she just hasn't experienced the evil of Sharingan. This kind of beauty that needs to be piled up with the lives of loved ones is the most twisted sin in the world. And every strong person in Uchiha carries this original sin. His biological brother Anna Izumi, for his growth, lost his life, and paid with his eyes. In an instant, his body surged with sorrow that could not be ignored. But it's a democracy. Your dog's eyes will shine under the reflection of light. Outside the window, there was moonlight shining in. Soon, Uchiha Madara was pulled back to reality by Yijiosa's voice. The girl patted his dog's head. Your titanium eyes are too shiny. Seriously, I thought I saw a female ghost at the bedside. So scary. Democracy. Dad has never seen a dog with red eyes. Don't tell me you have some kind of red-eye disease. Uchiha Madara was speechless. The Uchiha clan was not jealous. No. The Tibetan Mastiff buried its face in the tatami, indicating that it did not want to communicate with humans anymore. However, the little ancestor beside him did not intend to let him go. Democracy, let me tell you more about being rich and powerful. Ah, where were we last time? Oh, your brother Fu Chang was blown out of the cave by Dad's fart. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Even if he understood that young children would treat animals as playmates and like to confide in them, every word of the other party was mental pollution to him. Dad spent a lot of effort to find it. At that time, your brother Fu Chang was seriously injured. Uchiha Madara was speechless. He did not have a brother named Uchiha Fu Chang. Even if he really wanted to have a similar name, it would have to be Uchiha Tomiyama, right? Also, he really sympathized with the dog named Fu Chang. Saishomaru followed a trace of scent to the periphery of the human city. Separated by several layers of trees and the strong smell of humans, the trace disappeared without a trace. He stood in the same place, letting the wind blow his long silver hair. His dark golden pupils gazed in the direction of the human city and narrowed slightly. He saw the rising miasma in the center of the city. The twisted purple-black aura was mixed with the smell of demons. It was stinky and disgusting. It firmly entrenched above the human city, exuding malice to the living creatures in the city. The humans in the city were unaware, and did not even know that the shadow of death was above their heads. They smiled timidly and innocently, worried about the sick governor and the young governor, worried about what to eat today, and worked hard for farming and trading. That was a place that Saishomaru did not want to go near. He did not have the kindness to help the weak, nor did he have the tyrannical habit of killing anyone he met. He just suddenly lost interest in pursuing, even if he was sure that there was a trace of scent that had once impersonated his identity hiding in the city. He left as soon as he said he would. Xie Jian followed behind Saishomaru obediently. He had a deep understanding of his master's uncertain mood these few days. A few days ago, his master had condescended to wave his natural tooth to save a human girl. Xie Jian was so scared that he had nightmares for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights. In every nightmare, his master Saishomaru, whom he respected so much, waved his natural tooth to save the people, living like a walking bodhisattva. 2 days ago, his master even gave that stinky girl a kimono. He was so scared that he even began to have a nervous breakdown during his afternoon nap. In a trance, he saw his pure-blooded highness marry a human and give birth to a bunch of soft half-demons. Each half-demon had the face of Inuyasha. And today, his master came to the periphery of the human city. This was impossible in the past. To be honest, Xie Jian felt that during this period of time, Saishomaru was unpredictable, and his thoughts were as complicated as a knot of dog hair. His master had changed. He no longer lived a simple life of fighting, occupying territories, and looking for graves. Instead, he had a little secret that could not be said or guessed. Could it be? Xie Jian raised his head in trepidation and looked at the majestic figure of his master after his adulthood. Could it be that even Master Saishomaru could not get rid of the troubles of the dog clan's mating season? The next second, a white figure flashed in front of him. Paw paw paw. Ow! Xie Jian covered his head and fell to the ground, seriously injured. Master Saishomaru, please spare my life. Saishomaru stepped on Xie Jian and walked forward very coldly. The girl who had been watching silently quietly stepped forward and reached out to poke Xie Jian, who was lying on the ground. Master Xie Jian, how did you make Master Saishomaru angry? She didn't understand why a disagreement would turn into a situation of paw paw paw. Obviously, Master Xie Jian did not do anything. Ling. Xie Jian wanted to cry but had no tears. He told the way of survival, help me up, I can still continue to follow Master Saishomaru. There was no movement around him. Xie Jian suddenly found that not only did Master Saishomaru stop in front of him, but even Ling beside him did not respond. He got up from the ground. According to his rich experience, there was only one thing that could make Master Saishomaru silent, an enemy attack. He had to find a place to hide. Xie Jian still had a conscience. He did not forget to take the little girl with him when he ran. It was a pity that Ling was a little stupid and did not avoid the danger immediately. Then, Xie Jian smelled a swamp smell. It was so fishy that it made him want to vomit. He was horrified to see that Master Saishomaru's handsome face was distorted for a moment. In the bushes not far from them, a man and a dog rolled out. They seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and their bodies were covered with mud. Democracy. Dad really didn't know that the landing point was a swamp. The two of them swung their lightness skills. Looking down from the sky, how could the swamp be so obvious? It was rare that Democracy's injuries were almost healed. Yijiosa thought of the gold, silver, and copper coins in his backpack. He wanted to find a human city to stroll around and buy some herbs and food. It would be even better if he could buy some locust horn and cotton. There was no other way. The goods in the shop took time to exchange, and he was not that generous. After asking about the location of the human city, he dragged democracy out on a whim. However, this dog refused to listen to him and stubbornly refused to listen to him. In a rage, Joseph grabbed him and swung his lightness skill. Who would have thought that he would become a mud monkey when he landed? A stench that could not be dispersed filled his nose. Uchiha Madara felt dizzy. To be honest, even the entire younger generation of the Uchiha clan combined was not as bad as Joseph. How many times had it been? He deeply felt the power of the naughty child's Susanoo level. If there was an afterlife, he hoped that this girl could be reincarnated into the Senju clan. In this way, the Uchiha clan could watch the Senju clan walk towards self-destruction. At the second they fell into the swamp, if he had not reacted quickly to pick her up and jump to the side with the help of the dead wood, they would have drowned. The dignified patriarch of the Uchiha clan did not die in the Valley of End, but drowned in the swamp. He would probably be laughed at for the rest of his life. Uchiha Madara shook his hair wildly, shaking off the mud rain on the ground. At the same time, his perception of danger suddenly lit up. The intuition of a fighter made him keenly aware of a cold gaze. He lowered his body and stood on the side of Joseph, looking at the person in the distance with vigilance. White clothes, silver hair, cold and silent. With just a glance, Uchiha Madara understood that this is a strong person with a high profile, like a sharp sword that has not learned to restrain. However, his strength was already comparable to his peak state. Even if he lost his human form, chakra, and Sharingan, he can't even maintain his human form. But Uchiha Madara's pride as a strong person does not allow him to retreat. Chapter 14. The furthest distance in the world isn't the distance between life and death, but when a tycoon flaunts his wealth in his WeChat moments, yet you don't know what those logos mean. The furthest distance in the world isn't the distance between the rich and the poor, but when your beloved dog is standing right in front of you, yet you think it's an enemy that deserves to die 1,000 times. Joseph sat on the ground and dug into the mud without caring about his image. The 1.2-meter-tall loli instantly had her legs chopped off, making her look even shorter. Just at this time, Uchiha Madara stood in front of him and blocked his way. So, my vision passed through between your legs. My gaze was like a torch, and I noticed all the dangers that were blocked in front of me. The moment our eyes met, my IQ went offline, and my heart felt stifled, as if I had just watched a pornographic film with mosaics. Your hair is like snow, and an explosion is an eternal farewell. Who did I touch when I looked for my dog? The bright moon is drawn on your forehead, and your fur is flying, yet you still have the face of a villain. Joseph widened his eyes, and his vision was like an X-ray as he scanned Saishomaru up and down several times. After confirming that Saishomaru was really the boss that had died some time ago, he instantly cursed in his heart. His Fuchiang was gone, but the scum that abused Fuchiang was still alive. How could he face Fuchiang? As expected, the most professional villains were the ones that couldn't die no matter what. They would resurrect endlessly in the dungeon and wait for the dragon Outyen to harvest their experience like they were cutting grass. Speaking of experience, Joseph suddenly thought of the huge sum of money that he could earn for 30 days. Instantly, his waist and legs no longer hurt. He rolled up like a carp and pulled out a long sword, shouting, "Hey! Who are you? Come and die." He took a step forward, and just as he got into a pure yang close combat stance, he stepped on the scattered mud, and he used too much strength to do a big split. This split was the essence of the loli's flexibility. She stretched her toes forward, straightened her calves, opened her thighs, bent her waist, and swung her long hair in an elegant arc. Her wide witch sleeves were lifted up, revealing a portion of her arms. Then, but with a tearing sound, the crotch of her wide-legged pants tore. Ichijousa cried out in pain and fell to the ground. He cried like a dog that weighed 200 pounds, "Wah, it hurts so much. Dad's ligaments are ruined." Uchiha Madara was speechless. The sudden coquettishness made him sprain his waist. In the face of his stupid teammate, Uchiha Madara wanted to cover his face with his claws. He felt that he had lost all his face. Even Senju Takuma is not so worrisome. Compared with the people around him, Hashirama is simply a savior. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who had been fighting to the death with Senju, suddenly remembered all the good things about Senju Takuma. The originally confrontational atmosphere that was on the verge of fighting at the slightest disagreement had vanished without a trace. For some unknown reason, an awkward feeling of failing to show off and getting fucked suffused the air, causing everyone to be at a loss as to what to do next. Until a green little demon rushed to the front line, holding an old man's crutch and cursed at Ichijousa, lowly human. "How dare you stand in front of Saishomaru-sama? Get out of here." After cursing, Jian secretly glanced at Saishomaru. He understood that after such a long time, Saishomaru hadn't killed them because they were too weak and didn't want to kill them. So, this was where he could use his skills. He, Jian, would use all his strength to scold them so that they would leave quickly. Thus, Jian saw Ichijousa, they appeared. The henchmen of the villain. They would insult and spit on the protagonist, Long Outyen, and show deep disdain. Their existence was to stimulate the protagonist's spirit of resistance, expose the protagonist's ability to level up, and promote the protagonist's belief that his life was in his own hands. Ichijousa propped up his sword, grimacing in pain as he climbed up from the ground. His legs were trembling, and he lay on the back of democracy. He gathered his chi in his elixir field and sneered, "If I leave just because you tell me to, wouldn't I lose face?" Uchiha Madara thought, "Your face was gone when you did the split." Jian's eyes were opened. He never thought that there would be a child in this world who dared to talk back to Lord Saishomaru. This was simply bringing the phrase, "Don't seek death," to the highest realm. However, Lord Saishomaru's attitude was a little unpredictable. According to previous examples, this insolent human cub should already be dead. As if to answer his doubts, Jian saw Saishomaru step forward, raise his right hand, and his fingertips glowed with a bright green light. His aura became elegant and dangerous, full of murderous intent. Swoosh dash, the sound of the whip cutting through the air was heard, and it whistled like a gust of wind. Uchiha Madara's expression changed, and he used his years of combat experience to the extreme. First, he lifted his hind legs and kicked Ichijousa's body, and suddenly threw him into the bushes. Then he quickly jumped up from the ground, and used the body of a dog to evade the attack of a human body. He turned 720 times in the air, and completed a gymnastics move with a degree of difficulty of 3. 2. The green whips weaved into a net of murderous intent. Ichijousa crawled out of the bushes in a sorry state and could only watch helplessly as the fur on his democracy was shaved off. A large patch of his butt was now bald. Uchiha Madara was extremely frustrated. He couldn't use ninjutsu, and he could only passively dodge in long-range combat. The difference between a dog's body and a human's body was too big, and even the use of close-range techniques was a problem. Spinning and jumping, Uchiha Madara was forced to climb up a tree. The next second, the tree was cut into 7 or 8 pieces by the whip. "Fuck! You hit my dog again." A familiar shadow of a sword flew from a distance, and stabbed right next to Uchiha Madara. The mysterious Tai Chi 8 diagram suddenly spread out, and a wall as warm as water firmly protected the Tibetan Mastiff from any harm. The same person, the same sword, the same conqueror of mountains and rivers. Gave it to another dog. Saishomaru's whip quickly stopped, turned around like a snake, and suddenly attacked Ijosa's face. He had seen her fighting style. Even if her moves were smooth, gorgeous, and powerful, and her Reiki was majestic, it was not without flaws. Because human beings had a characteristic, they would be confused if they cared too much. Sure enough, she only had time to use her sword to block the whip. The huge force hit the sword, and it was far beyond her ability to bear. And because the strength of her lower body was not stable, she rolled into the bushes again. After dealing with the most troublesome one, Saishomaru's cold eyes aimed at Uchiha Madara. He noticed that his opponent was strange. An ordinary dog was not so smart. Not only could it dodge his whip, but it could also seize the opportunity to fight back. It didn't matter if he killed the pup or not, but this dog must die. In front of him, Saishomaru, no one could be presumptuous. This was a provocation to the king. Surrounded by murderous aura, the effect of conqueror of mountains and rivers slowly disappeared. Uchiha Madara's scarlet eyes stared at him, and its hair stood on end. It did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Whether it was its eyes or its movements, it was saying, "Fight." At this moment, Ijosa suddenly shouted, "Fucheng!" Saishomaru's body stopped strangely. The loli behind him ran wildly, getting closer and closer. Then she passed him and jumped on the Tibetan Mastiff. She grabbed the Tibetan Mastiff's fur and used all her strength to throw it into the air. "You killed my Fucheng, and now you want to kill my democracy." She used their qinggong and carried the Tibetan Mastiff into the sky. "I tell you, the spirit of Fucheng in heaven will not let you go." Saishomaru was speechless. He pulled out the tianqingya from his waist without any expression. This knife was left to him by his father. Unfortunately, it was not a sharp knife that could kill 100 people, but a useless knife that could save the weak. He was not interested in killing a useless pup, but it was not his style to let them go. The hilt of the tensiga fell into his hand, and Saishomaru stared at the two dots that were moving up and down in the sky, and then he quickly waved his sword. A long, snow-white light flew up from the bottom, like a moonlight, chasing after the target. The thick murderous aura swept into the sky, which scared Ijosa so much that his hand trembled, and Uchiha Madara almost fell to his death. He held the Tibetan Mastiff, fell from the sky, and hung on a tree. He did not know that the trees and forest that were cut by the sword before were not damaged at all. The trees rustled, and the places where the moonlight passed by returned to normal. Tianqingya couldn't kill anything in this world. Even if it was used to cut trees, it was a useless blunt knife. As a relic of his father, he kept it. It usually hung on his waist, except for decoration, and had no other purpose. But now he found. It seemed to be a good idea to use tianqingya to scare people. Saishomaru stared at tianqingya for a while and put the knife back into the sheath. Chapter 15. Inside the residence of the young master, Blade. An appearance. A beautiful man with picturesque features sat in front of a low table, reflecting the sunlight that seeped in through the window. He had a head full of curly, raven hair that fell to the side of his feet. His thick hair spread out like a gorgeous black carpet. After a while, he stretched out his slender fingers and gently lifted the soft handkerchief on the table. His beautiful fingernails fiddled with a few fragments in the soft handkerchief. He looked leisurely and elegant, but his eyes were full of obscurity. The fragments of the Jade of Four Souls glowed with an ominous halo, and under them, a small group of red flesh was squirming. The flesh was like a strong seed, growing by absorbing the power of the Jade of Four Souls. It gradually grew roots and nodes, and slowly pulled out branches and leaves. As it grew, the aura that belonged to the pure-blood dog monster Saishomaru became stronger and stronger. Like twins, if you want to distinguish the real from the fake by smell, you really can't tell whose smell it is. Nara narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and suddenly smiled. It's interesting. He didn't mind using the jade of 4 souls to raise it. Just the fact that its smell was the same as that of a big monster proved that it was worth raising. He believed that as long as it was used properly in the future, it could play its greatest role. Nara put away the soft handkerchief as if nothing had happened. Not long after, an old woman hurried in and respectfully knelt outside the room. Lordine Blade, the witch, woke up. Nara's long eyelashes fluttered, and he restrained all his emotions. Well, you can leave. Yes. The woman quickly left. Nara was silent for a while, and then he stretched out his hand to tidy up his dress. He slowly got up from his original position and walked toward a room. There lay the witch who died 50 years ago, Kikyo. A woman who died with deep-rooted love and betrayal, but also a woman who came back to life with heavy longing and hatred. Her soul and obsession were imprisoned in a body made of clay, and maddening jealousy and boredom tormented her day and night. The once high and mighty Miko-sama was now reduced to a puppet that relied on dead souls. It's all because of so-called love, it's all because of Inuyasha. Nara sneered in her heart, but her movements were extremely gentle as she pushed open the door of the room. As the light fell, it seemed as if pure frost and snow were falling on his shoulders. His eyes instinctively locked on Kikyo's figure, like a beast staring at its prey. As if sensing his gaze, the jasmine-like beauty tilted her head and looked up, meeting his gaze. At this moment, the entanglement that had not been resolved for 50 years suddenly restarted. To be honest, the most important thing in life was to be happy. The so-called happy was to do whatever came to mind, regardless of the consequences. Yijiosa finally sent away the silver-haired man in fur, who was a maleficent existence, and climbed down from the tree after much difficulty. Then, he tirelessly groomed Democracy's remaining fur. After lying on the ground for a while, he gritted his teeth and decided to head for the City of People's Faces. Since they were already here, they should at least bring something back, right? Otherwise, they would feel like they had been beaten for nothing. So, regardless of Democracy's opposition, he dragged Democracy's tail and forcibly dragged it to their destination. However, this Tibetan Mastiff was too strong, and its mood was also extremely high. Maybe because of the trauma of being forced to shave its fur, it didn't have a good impression of any humanoid species. Uchiha Madara was determined to leave, while Yijiosa was determined to stay. The two sides began a long tug-of-war, and finally, when no one was willing to admit defeat, a man and a dog had a fight. As a person who had been fighting with huskies for a long time, Yijiosa's dog fighting skills could be said to be excellent. Even if Uchiha Madara's combat experience was a whole galaxy ahead of Yijiosa, it couldn't stop Yijiosa from pulling the dog's ears, pulling the dog's fur, poking the dog's kidney, and even stretching out his stinky foot to kick his nose. Oh my! The most sensitive dog's nose was kicked by a stinky foot. The feeling was like heaven. Mixed with the fishy smell of the swamp sludge, plus the sweat of Yijiosa's feet after a long journey, it suddenly became full of salted fish smell. This ecstasy like a can of herring rushed straight to the brain, giving the Tibetan Mastiff a buff that weakened all attributes. After the fight, Uchiha Madara was knocked out. A large part of the dog's fur was pulled off, and Yijiosa's open crotch pants were officially scrapped. After the feat of fart to get rich and strong, Yijiosa also started the achievement of fart to get rich and powerful. Hey, you still have a lot to learn to fight with me. Then, he dragged Uchiha Madara's tail, and his clothes were ragged as he walked to people see the city. But Yijiosa didn't expect that with his beggar appearance, he could even enter the eyes of the so-called young master. When a group of warriors surrounded a woman and came to him, Yijiosa's heart was not the joy of being appreciated, but an inexplicable chill. What is his identity now? It's a loli. What are the characteristics of a loli? The body is soft and easy to push down. What is the gender of the young master? Nonsense, of course, it's a man. What does a man want to see a soft loli for? It can only be at least 3 years, up to indefinite. He sucked in a sharp breath. The formula of young master equal to the pervert formed in his mind, and for the first time, Yijiosa felt the fear of losing his chastity. He wanted to run away, but he thought that if he ran away, maybe other girls would suffer, so he could only endure. At worst, he will stab that scumbag to death. As long as he can save the lovely loli in the world, it doesn't matter if he is chased by people see the city. Because loli is his belief, is the justice that he insists on. With an indomitable momentum, he and his dog were brought to the residence of the young master Yin Dao. The guide stopped in front of a room and quickly left after escorting him to this place. Yijiosa looked around and found that there were no other living things except him and the democracy. The huge courtyard was filled with a feeling of loneliness like snow. He calmed his heart and gently opened the door. Then, he saw a feminine-looking big brother bowing his head and affectionately covering an unconscious adult woman with a quilt. The purplish-black miasma in the room had already dissipated, and what was displayed in front of Yijiosa was the appearance that Nara deliberately let him see. Peaceful, gentle, and harmless. He adopted the most honest and sincere attitude he could muster. He remembered this girl that night some time ago. The human who was locked in a fierce battle with Saishomaru was also an ally that he wanted to rope in. Thinking of this, Nara's aura became more amiable. Come in and sit down, little girl. Nara thought that it was only a matter of minutes to fool people, but when he really began to chat with Yijiosa, he found that things were not so simple. After all, as the world boss, Nara never thought that he would meet such an awkward human. For example, now is this your wife? Yijiosa's eyes were glued to Kikyo's body without blinking, for fear of missing any expression of the goddess. After the Pomeranian girl, he once again met a goddess. Although the goddess was asleep, she was still beautiful. Even with her eyes closed, she still exuded a different kind of charm. Your wife is so beautiful. I envy you. Nara was speechless. His face was a little twisted, but he was able to suppress all the emotions in an instant and replied as usual, No, I don't have a wife. Then she is your sister. Yijiosa was eager to know more about the goddess. No. Is it a woman you kidnapped? Nara was speechless. He suddenly showed a gentle smile, and even his eyes became scary. No, she is not human. Yijiosa was stunned. Nara curled his lips, and his tone revealed infinite malice. She is a doll made of clay. Even if her appearance is the same as a human, her internal organs and body are all clay. The body of clay imprisons the obsession of the dead. He waited for the girl to scream in fear. But he did not expect that when Yijiosa heard this, not only was he not afraid, but his eyes lit up. Oh, it's actually a figurine. He looked at Nara as if he had found a missing relative. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of collecting female figurines. Nara was speechless. Now it made sense. Young master was a young nerd who lived in the city for a long time. And single nerds generally had 1 or 2 inflatable dolls and a lot of figurines. As for why he found a fake loli like him. Chapter 16. 50 years ago, the witch Kikyo and the half-demon Inuyasha were a pair of lovers. The beautiful and powerful witch was willing to give up the duty of guarding the Jade of 4 Souls for the half-demon, and the half-demon who fell in love was also willing to give up the opportunity to become a full demon for the witch. They promised to be with each other forever, but they didn't know that their so-called deep love couldn't withstand misdirection and betrayal. Kikyo once saved a bandit, Enigimo, who was burned by a fire because of his kindness, but he didn't know that Enigimo had a paranoid and twisted love for him. In order to get her, he fed the demon with his body. Obsession and madness, depression and darkness were forged into a new and the dirtiest half-demon, Nara. Nara was the rebirth of Enigimo, but Enigimo was the origin of Nara. As Enigimo, he loved Kikyo and was jealous of Inuyasha who was loved by her. As Nara, he hated Kikyo but couldn't help but want to be close to her. The strange feelings were so turbulent that he panicked, made him careless, and made him lose his mind. The intertwining of love and hate forced him to do something crazier, kill her. Kill the woman who could affect him. So, he forcibly intervened in the two-person world of Kikyo and Inuyasha, turned into the appearance of the two, deceived and hurt each other, and used the coldest method to make Kikyo die and make Inuyasha lose his love forever. He was happy when the fire swallowed Kikyo's body and turned it into ashes. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He thought that time was enough to smooth everything out, but the long 50 years told him what fermentation and a qualitative change were. Kikyo reappeared, and Enigimo's heart began to beat and jump for her again. He wanted to get close to her, want to hug her, want to kiss her. Want to kill her. In her eyes, in her heart, and in her memory, there was only Inuyasha. They were both half-demon, but she never looked at him directly. He had to say that when Yijiosa asked, "Is this your wife?" there was a vague throbbing in his heart. And when the other party said, "It can't be that you stole the woman, right?" all his unwillingness roared from the bottom of his heart, as if he was shouting that Inuyasha was not worthy. Nero lowered her eyes and stared at Kikyo, her eyes unusually gloomy. However, when he thought of the special, little guest beside him, he quickly adjusted his mentality. He did not understand what a figurine was, but just by guessing, he could guess what the other party was thinking. The other party seemed to think that he couldn't get what he wanted, so he made a puppet to console himself. Nero looked Yijiosa up and down without batting an eyelid. When she thought of the human girls in the city who got married at the age of 13 or 14, it wasn't strange for her to know so much at such a young age. "Ah, she looks exactly like my sweetheart." Nara smiled elegantly. "Unfortunately, I'm not in her heart." Yijiosa instantly understood. Wasn't this the script of "I love the goddess as beautiful as a painting, and the goddess treats me like trash"? Alas, every man will experience something during puberty. In an instant, Yijiosa entered the mode of a male dormitory chatting with a woman at night. He said tactfully, "Then it must be because she has bad eyesight. She actually doesn't like you." Nara paused. He always felt that the conversation seemed to have deviated from the direction again. As a young Castellan, you are a synonym for the rich second generation, the official second generation, and the powerful second generation. Yijiosa opened his mind and said, "For a winner in life like you, if you can't get a girl, it can only be said that you used the wrong method." Nara felt that he should do something to redeem the topic, but Yijiosa's words aroused his remaining curiosity. He suddenly wanted to know what she could say. "Think about it. You have money and power. What do you lack? Isn't it just a true love?" Yijiosa smacked his lips. He had almost seen through the ceiling. For the sake of true love, you want to use your lowly identity to get close to the girl, hoping that the girl will fall in love with you after you've shed all of your glory and not what you represent. Yijiosa was excited as he spoke. He simply slapped his thigh and gave himself double hits in his heart. Chatting in the male dormitory at night could really train one's EQ. Look at him, a single dog, starting to tutor another single dog in love. This pretentious act was too smooth. He had to give himself credit. "But you're wrong," Yijiosa said seriously, "we men You men are like a peacock spreading its tail when it seeks a partner. You have to desperately stack up your net worth. You have everything your rival has, and you have everything your rival doesn't. Are you afraid that the girl won't like you? Nara was speechless. He had everything Inuyasha had. What Inuyasha didn't have, he also had. A woman's eyes are bright, Yijosa said slowly. Let me ask you, young master, do you think you're handsome? Nara was speechless. Do you have money? Can you afford a woman? Can you let her buy? Nara was speechless. You have everything except for not being able to have children. Are you afraid that the girl won't like you? Nara was speechless. I understand. You must be hiding your head and showing your tail. You don't even dare to send a love letter. Yijosa understood the feeling of first love too well. He used to visit the library many times. Didn't he pretend to hide between the bookshelves to look for books and secretly peek at the Pomeranian girls? He was so terrified that not only did he not show his face, he didn't even dare to confess. Nara baboon skin, hiding your head and showing your tail, Luo. He couldn't figure out how this topic turned into a deep ditch. That's not right. If you like someone, you should walk up to her bravely. Yijosa touched his chin and said calmly, by the way, young master, what does your sweetheart like? What does your sweetheart like? What does Kikyo like? Kikyo likes Inuyasha. Nara's face was slightly distorted, and the resentment in his heart rose. He couldn't tell if it was the obsession of Enigma or his own emotions that were out of control. Inuyasha. Nara said gloomily, Quan. She likes dogs. She likes dogs. Goddesses like dogs. What the fuck? Why do all the goddesses like dogs? Could it be that they, a group of real men, can't compare to a dog? What a fucking similar experience. What a bitter unrequited love. Yijosa's sympathy for Nara suddenly rose to the extreme. He seemed to see the shadow of his previous life in Nara, the fool who asked his bad friend because he didn't know how to fall in love and was tricked by Husky for life. No, he couldn't let this tragedy happen again. Yijosa asked solemnly, the dog beside her, is it male or female? Nara. Male. Young master, please be sure to raise a beautiful female dog to seduce it. Yijosa suggested, when your female dog gets rid of the male dog, you take advantage of the situation and become the dog that the girl needs. Don't look at me like that, a real man is not afraid of any challenge. You are not even willing to be the dog of the woman you love, how can you say that you love her? Nara. His words were so powerful that even Uchiha Madara, who was abandoned in the corridor, couldn't help but look at him. Yijosa became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. You have all the qualities that a dog has, and you also have the conditions that a dog doesn't have. When you are neither a human nor a dog, when you can be both a human and a dog, the girl will be in your arms. Nara. He wanted to drag her into the abyss, but in the end, he was dragged into the mudslide and tainted by the other party. What happened just now? Why did he talk about the most useless feelings with a stupid human? Nara's face was stiff, and he felt that the perfect fake smile could no longer be maintained. Yijosa was, politely, sent out of the human sea city. The young master was very generous and gave him some rice and an ox cart, as well as 5 rice balls. Oh, is this the reward for love counseling? It seems that this is a good way to get rich. Yijosa picked up a rice ball and ate it happily. He sent the other 4 to Democracy's mouth and gestured for it to eat. Democracy, be good and eat the rice balls. When Dad makes a lot of money, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Uchiha Madara stared at the 4 rice balls in front of him, and there was a slight ripple in his heart. Although naughty children were difficult to discipline, they still knew how to share and show filial piety to their elders, so they were not hopeless. He lowered his head and ate the rice balls. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. They drove the ox cart slowly towards the village of ears, but they didn't know that the human sea city behind them was covered in dark clouds. In the dark underground space of the human sea city, broken limbs and flesh were scattered all over the ground. The evil aura intertwined and gave birth to a mess of organs. Nara's head was hung on a broken body by a blood vessel. His black eyes turned blood-red as he stared coldly at the body formed by the monster. Platycodon. Countless pieces of flesh fused and collided, wriggling bit by bit to form the body he had imagined. Black hair, snow-white skin, red eyes, fragrant shoulders, soft breasts, thin waist, long legs. A beautiful female body like a work of art struggled out of the chrysalis. She tore open the bloody membrane and fell to the ground, coughing up a puddle of stinking blood. An ugly spider pattern covered her back. The woman propped herself up from the ground and stared warily at the original body that separated from her. Nara looked at her coldly and chuckled. Kagura. Kagura was extremely vigilant. Chapter 17. After Yijiosa went to the village of grain, not only did he bring a lot of rice to the village of grain, but he also left behind a strong ox. He unreservedly gave the gift of a superior to this not-so-rich village, but for the ancient Dongying people, material things that he didn't care about were tantamount to a great fortune. The villagers were simple and honest, so they accepted his kindness and gratitude. They mobilized the young and old to pack up their tools, dig out their treasured materials, and quickly built a hut for Yijiosa. The rice and people filled their stomachs, the ox brought a good harvest, and they got an ox cart to transport goods, which really made the old people in the village very happy. Yijiosa didn't know the significance of the ox in this era, but from the few words that people exchanged, he learned the truth that one should never eat an ox. Since an ox had lost its value to be eaten, what was the use of keeping it? So, he gave it away happily, and the villagers were moved to accept it. Both sides were happy. The village of grain no longer had any grudges against him, and together with the group of women he brought back, they really began to integrate into the big family. And under the intentional or unintentional promotion of the witch Sui, Yijiosa's value rose, and he was already the next successor of the witch Sui. From then on, what he said and what he did would also have enough weight to be recognized. The residence was renovated, and everything in the house was according to the specifications of the witch Sui. Even if some of the utensils were very rough, it greatly facilitated Yijiosa's life. For example, he finally had a small bucket to solve his physiological problems. He hugged the bucket and almost shed tears of gratitude. But was he satisfied? No. After that, Yijiosa relied on his own ability as a rough man to open the door to a new world for the entire village. With the bucket, he wanted a separate bathroom. So, he blasted open the empty space behind the house with his sword and struggled to make a latrine. He didn't know how to fix the toilet, but he used his sword to cut out the mold of the toilet and firmly fixed it in the corner of the latrine. He personally dredged the silt underground, hollowed out the tree core, scooped up the wood, and used it as a drainage pipe that led to the septic tank in the distance. At the same time, he specially prepared a water tank. Unlike modern toilets, which were easy to operate, his knockoff version had to be manually flushed. In order to ensure his quality of life for the day, Yijiosa got up early and walked 3 kilometers. He just wanted to fill up the water tank to solve his 3 urgent needs. Little did he know that his bold and decisive actions, as well as the effects of the finished product, had more or less affected the villagers. When the small and medium-sized latrines quietly appeared in the village, Yijiosa found a few experienced craftsmen to discuss the big stove and bathroom. Since he had decided to stay in the village, he would naturally rely on the limited conditions to provide the most comfortable life for himself and everyone else. The construction of the big stove was very easy. It was just a kitchen for cooking hot food. The craftsmen divided their manpower and quickly built it. However, they had reached a bottleneck in the planning of the bathroom, and were unable to make any progress. There was no other reason. According to the geographical location of the village of Spike, the nearest hot spring was a few kilometers away. Just for the sake of taking a bath, they had to cross mountains and rivers and pass through countless dangerous dense forests. The villagers said that they would rather not take a bath for half a year than to joke around with their lives. The bathroom plan was aborted halfway, which made Yi-Jose depressed. The worst thing was that the villagers did not advocate hot baths, because boiling a pot of hot water consumed a lot of firewood. If they could use cold water to clean up, then they would make do. However, Yi-Jose did not want to make do. He had died once, and he had seen through everything that he should. If people did not learn to enjoy life, they would have more regrets when they died. If the mountain did not come to him, then he would go to the mountain. As long as he was diligent, anything could come true. Yi-Jose decided to take advantage of the quiet night to go out for a walk. Maybe he could find a safe path to the usable hot spring. He made a big bowl of giblet soup and fed it to Democracy. He raised his hand and rubbed the dog's head. Democracy, be a good boy and look after the house. Daddy is going to find a place to take a bath. Uchiha Madara ate and drank to its heart's content. It made a satisfied sound from its throat, looking very obedient. Yi-Jose dug out an old bathrobe from the box, put his sword on his back, and quietly opened the door. With 2 swishes, he used his lightness skill to fly up. When her breath completely disappeared, Uchiha Madara slowly got up, squeezed through the wooden door, and began his nightly patrol. He regarded the village of Spike as his own territory, so he naturally would not allow thieves to covet this village. As early as the first night he settled in the village, he found that this place was not as peaceful as he had imagined. Fragile ordinary people always attracted the coveting of wild beasts. The Tibetan Mastiff sneaked into the night, and with its amazing combat talent, it killed a giant multicolored snake that attempted to invade. Kuroto lowered his head and gently sniffed the blood of the snake's corpse, and then without any hesitation, he ate the snake meat mixed with sand. A strange heat rose from his stomach and spread to his limbs and bones, giving him a carefree feeling as if he was drenched in sweat. It was as if his body was filled with chakra, returning him to his peak state again. Uchiha Madara's hair stood up, and a metallic luster appeared on his body. Vaguely, the lines of the eternal kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes. In the dense forest, there was a huge natural hot spring. It was located at the foot of an active volcano, and the water flowed in all directions, giving off the unique smell of sulfur of the hot spring. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the silver light shone on the world. A lonely and cold white shadow walked upstream of the hot spring, while the entourage behind him stayed in the same place, leading the horse to rest for a while. The little girl in a light yellow kimono squatted down and poked Kappa's arm. "Grandpa Yakuza, are we not going to follow?" "Nope." Yakuza rubbed his shoulder and said, "Remember, Saishomaru-sama doesn't like water. If one day he deliberately walks in the direction of the hot spring, it can only mean that Sama wants to take a bath." In recent days, Saishomaru-sama was still moody. Just before they found the hot spring, he killed a group of mountain ghosts that didn't know what was good for them. It seemed that he was in a bad mood. Moreover, the accumulated smell on their bodies. Yakuza looked at Ling up and down, rolled up his sleeves, and smelled his own smell, and asserted, "We should also take a bath. Saishomaru-sama has a sensitive sense of smell. We can't anger him because of our body odor." "Ha!" Ling tilted his head. "Let's go downstream." Yakuza led the horse and whispered, "Don't get close to Saishomaru-sama when he takes a bath." "Why?" "What why? Human cub is so noisy. I really don't know why Sama wants to take you with him." Yakuza was helpless. Saishomaru-sama. What should he say? That Sama was very possessive. Once it was recognized as his territory, anyone who dared to approach would die. What's more, Sama's style was both cold and conservative. He was already an adult demon, but he didn't even need anyone to serve him when he took a bath. He didn't know if women would like him with this kind of temperament. On this day, Yakuza was also worried about Saishomaru's marriage. Steam rose from the hot spring, like a layer of gauze, covering the beauty under the moon. Saishomaru leaned against the warm rocks, letting the spring water flow over his strong body and soak his long silver hair. The cut on his broken arm looked terrible. He scooped up the water with one hand and poured it on his body, wiping away the stench of blood and wiping off the stains bit by bit. The light red blood slid down his chest, outlining the outline of his abdominal muscles, and was submerged under the smooth mermaid lines. The demon tattoos on his waist, abdomen, and elbows glowed brightly. His golden eyes were dark, and no one knew what he was thinking. The night wind was cool, carrying with it the smell of sulfur that wasn't too strong. It was still within his tolerance range. Saishomaru raised his head and leaned against the velvet tail, looking at the bright moon in the sky. He half closed his eyes, and his temperament gradually changed from sharp to gentle. The rare tranquility was enough for him to let go of all the coldness. The moon was very beautiful, warm and soft. Saishomaru couldn't remember when was the last time he saw the full moon. It seemed to be the day his father decided to leave. He closed his eyes, rested for a while, and slowly opened them. But he found, a black dot suddenly appeared on the moon. The black dot was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, getting closer and closer, faster and faster. That's a human cub. Saishomaru's pupils shrank slightly, and just as he was about to jump out of the water, he suddenly remembered that he wasn't wearing any clothes. At this moment of hesitation, the cub falling from the sky crashed into the hot spring in a straight line. With a burst of bubbles, she sank at his feet. Yakuza appeared like a water ghost. Damn, the hot spring tastes terrible. Chapter 18. When a person was unlucky, drinking water would not only fill his teeth, but also his heart. Why couldn't he just stay alive? He could have used his pure yang qinggong to fly like a crane, but he had to use the Zhangyan qinggong. In the end, not only did he not succeed, he also lost control of his internal energy, which caused his left foot to trip over his right foot, twisting his body like a fried dough twist. After hovering in the air for 3 seconds, he was forced to roll down like a ball. Fortunately, he was still quick-witted. He released his internal energy and condensed it into a thin aura, trying his best to reduce the speed of his fall. He thought he would fall like a fool when he landed, but he fell into the hot spring and instantly became a drowned rat. Yakuza was submerged in the water and did not know what to do. After drinking a few mouthfuls of hot spring water, he realized that this operation was too much. It was suffocating and needed some oxygen in between. There was no other reason. The hot spring water was filled with a fishy smell, like someone was shedding the feathers of a freshly slaughtered chicken. It was mixed with the smell of rotten fish and organs, fermenting in his mouth. Yakuza almost threw up the food he ate the night before. Nongfu spring water is not sweet at all. He suddenly jumped out of the water, his body dripping wet like a drowned female ghost. However, what welcomed him was not fresh air, but a foot that was approximately size 42. Splat dash. Yakuza did not have time to open his eyes, take a deep breath, or react to dodge. A foot covered his face and stomped him into the water. Fuck. Guliulu. Which bastard sneaked up on him? He struggled with all his might, his fingers digging into the gap between his face and the sole of the foot. He used his ultimate move, scratch you to death. There were many acupuncture points on the sole of the foot, and they were very sensitive. As long as it was done properly, even the Emperor of Heaven would burst into laughter. He felt his opponent's foot suddenly stop, and he seemed to be retreating. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful Yijiosa did not even think about getting out of the water. Instead, he grabbed his opponent's ankle and hugged him like a koala. Then, he opened his mouth, raised his teeth, and bit down on his opponent's sturdy calf. Who asked you to kick me? I will break your leg tendons today. Fuck. Damn, it hurts. Did he bite Iron Man? Lolita's teeth were as precious as pearls and rice grains. How could they withstand this bite? Suddenly, a huge pain swept from his mouth to his whole body, stimulating all his pain nerves. Yijiosa had a piece of meat in his mouth, but his other hand was covering his cheek as he cried out loud. A toothache wasn't an illness, but it could kill. A man doesn't cry easily, but he hasn't reached the point where he has to pull out his teeth. Tears and snot burst out like a dam. He wiped them away without hesitation, and they all stuck to the enemy's calf. The snow-white fluffy tail attacked him from behind, landing on his naked body. It loosely wrapped from his left shoulder to his back, covering his private area. But this expression of wanting to show it was really seductive. It was full of hormones in the air, which was the most fatal charm of an adult dog demon. The moonlight was just right, and the bathing area was hazy. Unfortunately, one was a cold-faced Rakshasa, while the other was a man scratching his feet. One was thinking, "What should I use to kill you, cub?" And the other was thinking, "What should I use to kill you, bastard?" In a flash, the iceberg and the Titanic collided. The former didn't move at all, only a few small rivers were destroyed, while the latter died tragically, and even his worldview was shattered in half. When Yijiosa saw the face of a villain that he had fought against twice, he cursed in his heart, "Motherfucker. It's you." He jumped back 3 feet in shock, and touched his back, intending to use his sword to end the battle quickly. Who would have thought that the sword had already sunk into the hot spring? Other than touching a handful of wet hair, there was nothing else. Yijiosa's expression changed, and he was shocked. No, in front of a powerful enemy, he couldn't expose his shortcoming of not having a weapon. So, he turned his hand behind his back, lifted up his black hair, and made a gesture of, using Pioro, "I'm just that confident." He said, life really is full of opportunities." Saishomaru was speechless. Strangely, he read from her eyes the disgust of, "Why is it you again? You're everywhere. And, why are you haunting me?" Yijiosa quietly moved his feet, feeling for his sword inch by inch. "So, why don't we smile when we meet?" Saishomaru was speechless. He could see that this mischievous human cub was afraid. Was it because she didn't have a weapon? Just as well, he had wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time. A green light condensed on his finger, and Saishomaru looked at her indifferently, his cold eyes making her hair stand on end. Yijiosa was a little scared. There was no sword, no light, and there was a hot spring. If they fought, he didn't know how he would be tortured. Thinking about the other party's vicious attack on a puppy, Yijiosa shuddered. "I advise you not to fight." Yijiosa was quick-witted and said calmly, "I promise that if you fight, the fur on your waist will fall off." Saishomaru looked down at his body and didn't care. "Ha!" He sneered, and his voice was low and magnetic. "Shame is never something I care about. Etiquette, justice, honor, and shame were just rules set by human beings. Monsters only cared about strength." Even if the demon world and the human world were intertwined and inseparable, the moral concept of human beings was not prevalent among monsters. What's more, would he care about the eyes of a cub? Oh. Yijiosa clicked his tongue and provoked shamelessly, then take off all your clothes for me to see. Anyway, they were both men, so he didn't feel any psychological pressure saying that. Look at this big brother's virtue. He said that he didn't care, but he wrapped himself tightly with the fur. It was really a classic example of showing off 300 taels of silver. Saishomaru was speechless. Anyway, you don't care about shame, do you? Yijiosa looked at his tall and sturdy body and spat out a critical hit. Could it be that you only look good? This sentence had a double meaning. No matter how disdainful Saishomaru was to be calculative with the weak, his face darkened. Swoosh dash, the green whip swept across, and Yijiosa covered his head and fled like a rat, running wildly. No wonder the hot spring water tastes so bad. It's filled with your coquettishness. Yijiosa felt that he would not be able to escape the fate of being beaten up, so he immediately equipped himself with the spirit of fighting back even if it means death. I've never seen a man not only tattoo the moon on his forehead, but also wear contact lenses and eyeshadow. Boom dash, the rock was smashed by Saishomaru's claw. When he was serious, Yijiosa couldn't escape from his claws no matter how sneaky he was. Fuck. No, the green whip tied him up like a dumpling and suddenly dragged him in front of the culprit. Yijiosa wriggled like a caterpillar. From his arrogant attitude at the beginning, he gradually became, Dad, I'm wrong, Dad, I won't dare to do it again, and, Dad, I won't do it again. He suddenly wanted to order a cool song for himself. Ah, Fuchiang, Dad will probably go to heaven to see you soon. Sorry, Dad couldn't avenge you, because the skin of a loli is not the enemy's. Just as he was placed on the shore, soaking wet and freezing like a salted fish in the night wind. The silver-haired man in fur slowly put on his clothes and looked at him as if he was weighing a pig. What are you going to do to a little girl? Yijiosa asked cautiously. Saishomaru didn't say anything, glanced at her, and turned to leave. In the night wind, there seemed to be a slight heh sound. Yijiosa was speechless. You're the one who heh, right? What do you mean? What's there to dislike? The green whip fell from his fingers and turned into a materialized demonic power that continued to bind her body. Saishomaru was not a generous person. Whatever the other party did to him, he would return it 1,000 times over. The forest was silent. Yijiosa tried to crawl forward. But after a while, he saw a kappa that was entirely red in color rushing towards him angrily and cursing at him. Ah! It's you again, you ungrateful human. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Master Saishomaru. Oh, that guy's name is Saishomaru. Wait, that's not the point. What the fuck, what are you doing? Yijiosa was shocked. He saw Yuan Liang running to his feet and quickly taking off his shoes and socks. Stay away from me. What the fuck are you doing? I'm telling you, I won't let you go. Ha 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 ha. Xie Jian took out a handful of soft grass and followed orders to brush the soles of Yijiosa's feet. To be honest, he couldn't understand Master Saishomaru's intention anymore. He could understand that Master Saishomaru didn't kill her because he had the dignity of a great demon, so he didn't care about a cub. But brushing the soles of people's feet. It didn't seem like he didn't care. But why did he brush the soles of his feet? Xie Jian was confused. Ha ha ha, stop brushing. It's so itchy. Ha ha ha. No. Damn it. Ha ha ha, don't touch there. Let go. After a while dash, aw. It's so itchy. Please don't. I was wrong. No. Let me go. Chapter 19. Yijiosa laughed so hard that his abs bulged. He rolled on the ground like an eel in a pot of boiling oil. His demonic laughter echoed above the hot spring for a long time. Finally, he laughed so hard that his abdomen hurt, and he had to gasp for breath. The moment before the demonic whip dissipated, Xie Jian quietly retreated with the soft grass. No matter how weak the cub was at the moment, he would probably die after she was freed. Xie Jian had a deep understanding of his weak physique. He did not stay and quickly hid in the forest. Walking along the hot spring, Xie Jian caught up with Saishomaru, who was strolling under the moonlight. He hurriedly trotted to the other's feet and knelt down. Master Saishomaru, Xie Jian has already taught that ungrateful cub a lesson. Saishomaru did not stop and only responded with a sound, as if he was indifferent to this matter. Xie Jian was a little confused. He really could not understand his master's thoughts. If he was really indifferent, why did he not kill the other party right from the start? Even if the master did not fight with the cub, he did not seem like a person who could tolerate a cub's provocation. After all, in the Tooth King's corpse, in the grave of Master Saishomaru's father, the woman beside Inuyasha held up Taisuya and scolded the master. Didn't she also get melted by Duhua's claws? If it was not for Taisuya's boundary that protected her life, she might have died miserably. From this, it could be seen that Master Saishomaru was not a person who would tolerate his temper because of the other party's age, gender, or ability. Anyone who angered him would only be met with death. Then there was a problem. That cub whose soles were scratched. Why was it still alive? Why? Master Saishomaru was bathing upstream, and the cub was also tied up upstream. Logically speaking, he did not believe that the other party did not offend Master Saishomaru. That was too hateful. How could Shisamura-sama be discovered while he was taking a bath? Xie Jian had followed Master Saishomaru for so many years, but he had never seen Master bathing. Not even once. No. What right did that cub have to receive the benefits of a valet? Xie Jian felt that the old cabbage he had been raising for 100 years had been stolen by a pig. Master Saishomaru. Xie Jian wept bitterly. Please let Xie Jian kill that cub. As long as she is dead, no one will know that your body was stained by her eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Roar dash, Ling cautiously approached Xie Jian, who had been beaten up, and whispered, Grandpa Xie Jian, what do flesh and stained mean? Xie Jian thought to himself. The human cub has ruined me. At this moment, Xie Jian did not dare to look at Saishomaru's expression. Clap, clap, clap. Ouch, Lord Saishomaru, I was wrong. Yijiosa returned to the village with a face full of exhaustion. He pushed open the door and entered. Withered hugged Guzzi and curled up on his furry stomach. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and saw that she was not missing an arm or a leg, so he let the little ancestor do whatever she wanted. Wasn't it just twisting his ears, pulling a few strands of hair, and rubbing his stomach 3 times? He was now a dog, so he did not care about the details. Democracy, Daddy was bullied. Yijiosa rolled up his fur and curled himself into a ball. By the hot spring, there was a perverted man who actually did such a thing to me. As soon as the title of the UC Shock Department came out, the inexperienced Uchiha Madara immediately pricked up his ears. Subconsciously, he also leaned over and sniffed Yijiosa's neck. But other than the milky scent of a child, there was really no unspeakable smell on her. He was actually bathing in the hot spring naked. Uchiha Madara. He had mixed feelings and did not know what to say at all. Who would not take off their clothes in the hot spring? You. I accidentally dropped it at his feet, so he took revenge on me. Uchiha Madara. Were you really not the one who was beaten for peeking at others bathing? He tied me up and sent someone to scratch the soles of my feet. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Daddy is going to draw his D*CK down and paste it all over the streets and alleys of People See the City. Uchiha Madara. To be honest, he felt that this girl must be related to Senju Takuma by blood. Whether it was their ability to stir up trouble, their persuasive words, or their skills in causing trouble and their amazing brain circuits. They were all very similar equals. He did not expect that he had just broken up with that dog, Senju Takuma, and in the blink of an eye, he would have to work like a slave for another Senju. He probably could not live this life anymore. The nagging sound gradually faded into his ears, and the little ancestor's breathing gradually calmed down. She had fallen asleep. Uchiha Madara stuck out his mouth, picked up another piece of fur, and covered her body. No matter how unruly she was still a child. He had teamed up with Senju Takuma to build Woodleaf Village, wasn't it so that the children of the family would not have to go to war and grow up in peace? Children always had the right to be willful. For the survival of the family, every child was forced to mature early and be independent. The cruelty of war caused him to lose his last younger brother. At the moment of Anna Izumi's death, apart from the monstrous anger in his heart, there was also an uncontrollable sadness in his heart. Anna Izumi. Uchiha Madara lowered his head and snuggled up to Ichijo's side. The little girl's milky scent was not greasy, and it even had a calming effect. He looked at her black hair and snow-white skin, and in a daze, he seemed to see the shadow of Anna Izumi. His younger brother, who also had a milky scent when he was young, also leaned on his stomach like this, holding a bean-skin sushi in his chubby little hand, smiling as he sent it into his mouth. Woo! Anna Izumi. Uchiha Madara curled up his body and firmly wrapped Ichijo in his arms. Inuyasha found that this year was unlucky for him. Saishomaru wanted to steal his father's inheritance, Nara also wanted to steal the resurrected Kikyu, Seven Treasures desperately wanted to steal the mildly spicy instant noodles, monsters were fighting over the territory of Maple Village, and recently, even the violent woman Guwei was being robbed. The most important thing was that the love rival who robbed Guwei was a woman. The woman was covered with the smell of Nara from head to toe, and her name was Kagura, but her expression was not happy at all. She sat on a pure white feather, robbed the fainted Guwei, rode the wind, and arrogantly challenged him to a duel. This was intolerable, so he called his friends to beat up Kagura. Who would have thought that this scene would be seen by Kikyu, who happened to pass by? Kagura instantly told him what it meant for a woman to change her expression. The Wind Messenger, who was originally fierce and vicious, instantly transformed into a weak demon. Kagura directly tore off her kimono and revealed her thighs as she pitifully laid down under his sword. Then, she cried in the direction of Kikyu, molestation Inuyasha. Go away. No, no. I didn't touch her, please listen to my explanation. Kikyu was silent. She quietly stared at Kagura for a while, helped her up, and took her away. As for Inuyasha, she was not interested in catching up with him, nor did she want to say hello to him. Kikyu. Inuyasha shouted, Kikyu. Her name is Kagura, and she is Nara's subordinate. Kikyo ignored him and continued to move forward. Kikyu. If it wasn't for Nara's plot, there is no we. Kikyu stopped, but didn't even look back. Inuyasha, I will personally take care of Nara. You don't need to get involved. His life is mine. She needed more dead souls to replenish herself. After all, this fragile clay body was useless. She had to increase her power to the peak in the shortest time possible so that she could kill Nara before her body collapsed. And the reason why she left Kagura. Nara had planted many spies around her. Not only was there Megami, but there were also many demons. Now she used a clumsy method to put a female demon in. It didn't matter, she was already used to it. After leaving Inuyasha and the others far behind, Kagura smiled slightly, picked up a fan, and gracefully covered half of her face. "Well, Miko Kikyu?" Kagura asked, "Where are we going?" "Looking for a place." Kikyu summoned several dead soul worms and went forward to explore the way. "Stay away from me, the smell on your body is disgusting." Kagura's smile froze, and she fiercely glared at Kikyu. She was Nara's clone, so naturally, she would be contaminated with Nara's smell. Just like a person's birth, who could choose for themselves? Such an ordinary thing, how come one or two people have such a big problem with her smell? Was Nara really that smelly? Over there. Kikyu sensed the smell of the dead soul worms and looked at the other side of the forest. Chapter 20. Every morning when Yujiosa woke up, he would subconsciously look at his crotch, hoping that there would be a familiar little tent there. He had been a man for 24 years in his previous life, and some habits couldn't be changed in a short time. But now, once he turned into a cat staring at his crotch, he would feel a kind of sadness in his balls. This kind of pain, as if a big treasure was cut, who could understand? Eunuch Yi lay back in the quilt in despair, pillowed on Democracy's soft belly, and began to sigh faintly. "Democracy, why do you all have balls, but Daddy doesn't? This is not fair." "What's not fair? You're a girl." Uchiha Madara didn't even lift his eyelids, and ignored the child's expression of emotion. Everyone had their own physiological curiosity. Especially children who haven't grown up, in the absence of the correct guidance from their elders, will have doubts and confusion about the appearance of organs. They will even be afraid because of their strangeness. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, Yujiosa was such a simple child who lacked the guidance of female elders, seriously lacked physiological knowledge, and did not realize that there was a difference between men and women. It was also because she was too simple that she didn't feel ashamed to pay attention to organs. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara really worried about the heart of an old mother. As a dog, he couldn't speak, so he couldn't say anything, and as a man, he also didn't know how to guide the other person to correctly understand their own body. And the most suitable person to teach her, the witch Minori, was already old, and was also blinded by her martial arts value. She only thought that she was a young lady of a spiritualist family who came out to gain experience, and did not consider her lack of human knowledge. She only arranged for her to live in a place not far away, and came every 2 or 3 days to teach her spiritual power cultivation. As for the young girls and women in the village, forget it, they held this child up too high, with worship and respect for spiritualists, and did not dare to go deep into contact with her. How could they know that she was so stupid that she couldn't even distinguish between a man and a woman? Uchiha Madara was extremely helpless, and a bit at a loss. He could only bite her quilt as usual, indicating that it was time for her to get up. Because of the frequent wars and the pressure from his family, he almost didn't have time to take care of his younger brother. But today, he transferred his regret and compensation for Anna Izumi to Yujiosa, treating her as a junior in the clan and taking good care of her. She didn't understand, so he took care of her. He didn't want this child to be taken away by a man with evil intentions. He didn't want her to wander around in the chaotic world of war and die prematurely. The body on her stomach wriggled a few times. The little girl frowned and woke up unwillingly. She began to put on her clothes numbly and mechanically. She picked at her eyesores, wiped away her saliva, and rubbed the erecta on her head as if she was combing her hair. It was simply too crude to look at. Uchiha Madara resigned himself to his fate and stood up. He held the towel in his mouth and pushed the basin beside her. Ah! Democracy! Yijiosa was extremely touched. You really are the best dog in the world. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Suddenly, he wanted her to die in this chaotic world. If one day when I come home, you can serve tea, warm my bed, cook for me, and wear an apron and call me Ananda. Oh, fuck, that will be heaven. The Tibetan Mastiff turned around coldly and pointed its butt at her, indicating that it was a delusion. No, I'm not daydreaming. You're not a snail girl. Well, you're not even a bitch. That hurts my feelings. What kind of obsession do you have with a bitch? Uchiha Madara was speechless. He couldn't help but kick her in the back with his bootlicker. Then, it skillfully slipped through the crack in the door and ran into the embrace of nature. Democracy, I'll break your legs today. However, he still couldn't break the legs of democracy today. Because when Yijiosa went out with his sword, he found that the villagers were rushing to the entrance of the village with their farming tools. What's wrong? Ah, it's Witch Yi. There are two strange women at the entrance of the village. A woman with a child in her arms half closed the door. Her eyes were full of panic. They're monsters. I saw one with a long worm flying around her, and the other has blood-red eyes. Lord Sway went out with her bow and arrow. She asked us to stay away for now. Yijiosa nodded slightly. He didn't say anything else and went to the entrance of the village with his sword. On the way, he met Democracy, who came out of the grass. Oh, so you're hiding here all the time. Fine, he would burn the grass and eat a pot of barbecued dog meat in the future. Democracy, let's go dash. Yijiosa smiled and decided to put down his grudges in front of the enemy. Follow daddy to fight monsters. Remember to use your Foshan Shadowless Kick. Uchiha Madara didn't know what Foshan Shadowless Kick was, but it didn't stop him from thinking that the name was cool. When he thought of the domineering names of Dragonfire Song, Izanami, and Susanoo, he felt that adding Foshan Shadowless Kick was not bad. It sounded much better than Dog Leg Strike. Yijiosa came to the smoke-filled entrance of the village with his dog. He looked through the swaying heads in front of him and instantly saw two beautiful faces. Immediately, he gasped. His eyes widened, and he didn't feel good. He didn't understand why all the girls he met after he became a little girl were goddesses. Look at the two girls in front of him, they were the standard combination of a beautiful white rose and a fiery red rose. One was cold and elegant like the bright moon in the sky, with long hair flowing in the wind like a fairy. The other was misty and more beautiful than the delicate flowers on the branches, with red eyes like blood elves. They were tall, beautiful, and had the unique aura of confident women. Even if they didn't say a word, they were still a beautiful scenery. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Moreover, one of the girls looked a little familiar. Maybe it was fate at first sight. Just looking at them reminded him of a movie he had watched several times in his previous life, Green Snake. They were like replicas of the two goddesses in the movie, slender and graceful, standing opposite him. No. He couldn't do it at all. There were so many beautiful girls that even the Taoist priests of Chunyang would bow down to them. He finally understood why the scholar in Strange Tales from Liaozhai was so easily bewitched by the spirit of the mountain. If all the monsters were so beautiful, even the holy monk would be moved. Did the female monsters prefer human beings or male monsters? Well, was the male monster attractive? Did he have a chance to win? In a trance, Yijiosa remembered the naked man with snow-white hair and a fur shawl at the hot spring yesterday. He woke up with a start and felt that the soles of his feet began to itch. Damn it, it was a lifelong trauma. Just when Yujiosa was distracted, the witch Sui had already stood in front of him, watching the person with vigilance and then looking at the woman wrapped by the dead soul worm. Witch. Kikyu. She said with some difficulty, you. How could you? I have an obsession, Sui. Kikyu said softly, his voice was as clear as a mountain spring. Yujiosa felt that his ears were going to be pregnant. Wait, he was a man, why was he pregnant? We haven't seen each other for 50 years, and you're still guarding them. Kikyu sighed, the past, is it all gone? I didn't expect this to be your village. After a pause, she added, I'll leave, don't worry. Looking at the old witch Sui, Kikyu felt inexplicably sad, as if he saw his younger sister, Witch Maple, who had passed away in years. They were all people who dedicated all their youth to the village, fulfilled their duty as witches, and protected the peace of the village. Not like Sui, who lost her whole life for the sake of false love. Their lives were great, her death was useless. Because of her death, Witch Maple was forced to grow up and support the entire village even though she was blind in one eye. Seeing Sui, Kikyu's heart shrank, and even her body ached. She turned around, unwilling to look at her old friend. But Kagura, who was beside her, didn't give up. Hey, we've been walking for 1 day and 1 night, okay? Didn't we come here to find a place to stay? She was very bitter. The platycodon was not affected by salt or oil, she would walk on her feet no matter what, unwilling to ride the wind. She was almost crippled because of it. If you want to stay, stay, Kikyu said coldly, Sui is very strong, no weaker than me. Kagura's face twisted. Sui had a complex expression, looking at the senpai she admired since childhood, she still couldn't say the words to persuade her to stay. The villagers were afraid of the demon, and also afraid of the witches who should have died. They couldn't bear any hardship. Chew. Wait. At this moment, Yujiosa spoke. He pulled on Sui's sleeve and smiled, too beautiful. Beautiful sisters. I heard that you've been walking for 1 day and 1 night, why don't you rest in my house? Yujiosa was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, but on the surface, he was obedient. Grandma Sui, it's fine, let them rest. But. Grandma Sui. Yujiosa raised his sword and smiled. Believe me, it'll be fine. Besides, Grandma Sui also hopes that her old friend can stay. Sui hesitated. Although Yujiosa didn't really understand why Sui was so familiar with this great beauty, but maybe this great beauty was the daughter of an old friend. An old friend from 50 years ago, 50 years later. It should be his granddaughter. But this face, where did he see it before? Just where? Chapter 21. Yujiosa has become a winner in life. At this moment, not only by Sujin, Kikyo, Xiaoqing, Kagura, but also the dog Fahai, Uchiha Madara, and his old mother, Miko, are sitting in his shabby house. After enjoying being a Su Xian, he obediently sits in the same place, acting as a cute wallflower, listening to all the gossip. White Lady is called Kikyo. 50 years ago, she was an adolescent girl in love. In order to be with her sweetheart, she abandoned her village and responsibility. As a result, she accidentally capsized and died. But this girl is also a ruthless person. She nailed her ex-boyfriend to the tree for as many years as she died. And her ex-boyfriend is even more awesome. After being nailed for 50 years, he is still alive and kicking. As soon as the seal is released, he has a long-legged girl. Yujiosa feels that this man's courage is commendable. His ex-girlfriend has just been resurrected, and he finds a girl who is 50 years younger than her. Isn't he afraid of being nailed for another 50 years? What's more ridiculous is that the girl is actually the reincarnation of Kikyo. This bad script is already bad enough. Who knows what is even worse? Her ex-boyfriend is a half-demon, a mixed-blood child of human and demon. It is said that his mother was a princess who was as pretty as a flower and as pretty as jade, naive and innocent. His father was a famous demon, a married man who was promiscuous. He has a beautiful wife and eldest son, but he loves her gentleness. She has a fiancé, but she loves his greatness. They look into each other's eyes, and sparks of true love appear in an instant. Then there is the crystallization of love, Goa. That slut is a dog demon. Dog, isn't it a dog? Hearing this, Yijiosa is also shocked. He admires Goa very much. Your mother is a woman who has slept with a dog. And she even gave birth to a child through reproductive isolation. That scared the hell out of me. Before this sentence is finished, another one follows. Xiaoqing is called Kagura. She is a pure demon girl, born less than 5 days, still a baby. She was born in a single-parent family that values boys more than girls. Her heart and lungs were dug out by her father when she was born, and she was left to fend for herself. She is very pitiful. What's more, demons are born by their fathers, not by their mothers. Yao's father was a half-demon. He could self-pollinate and reproduce asexually. There would always be an unspeakable day every month. What was strange was that the demon's father was obsessed with Kikyu. 50 years ago, his love turned into hatred, and he alienated Kikyu and Goa. 50 years later, he put on a disguise and made a name for himself in Renjian City. Yao's father's main nickname was Nara, and his secondary nickname was People Seeing Blade. It was the bitter otaku he had met some time ago, a man who could give birth. Yijiosa stiffened his neck and looked at Kikyo. He finally understood where that strange sense of familiarity came from. Wasn't Kikyo the figurine that liked dogs? 3 women, plus Go, Z and the lowly. When the voices in the room gradually faded away, it was already sunset. In the end, Kikyo and Kagura stayed in the village and temporarily lived with Yijiosa. He should have been happy to share a bed with the goddess. But when he thought that the white rose was a hard clay figurine, and the red rose was a heartless bloodthirsty demon, the sadness in his heart suddenly flowed like a river. He wanted to sleep in the doghouse with democracy, but democracy coldly abandoned him and curled up by the door. Uchiha Madara's thoughts were very simple. Whether it was a witch or a banshee, as long as it was a woman, it was fine. He wanted to spend time with a real woman, and it would help this child establish the correct view of gender. Closing the door and turning on the lights, Yijiosa was sandwiched between 2 beautiful women. He stiffened, and his limbs curled up like a restless quail. Night was supposed to be the time to sleep. But women also liked to chat before going to bed. Hey, kid, how old are you? Kagura rested her head on her arms, and her loose clothes were open, revealing half of her full breasts. TSK, your face is not bad, and your skin is also soft. Yijiosa stared at the D cup on his cheek, and he was scared out of his wits. I don't know. What's your name? I don't know. Kagura's lips curled up slightly. Of course, she knew that the human cub was daydreaming. It wasn't strange for a little girl to yearn for a mature woman's beautiful body. She smiled wickedly. What are you looking at? Breasts. With a shudder, Yijiosa returned to his senses, and then he froze on the spot, feeling like he was a pervert. Ha ha ha. Do you like it? Kagura was extremely casual, and she unbuttoned her clothes carelessly, revealing a proud curve, and teased the blushing child. Is it beautiful? Do you want to touch it? Yijiosa hurriedly shrunk back under the covers, not daring to look up. Kagura, Kikyo said faintly, indicating for her not to go overboard. Hey, hey. Kagura lied back down without any sincerity, and said in a bored tone, "This is nothing, a little girl will become a woman one day. Look at this child, she's so beautiful." Kagura smacked her lips. "When she grows up, I'll pick her most tender flesh to go with my wine." Yijiosa was rendered speechless. He suddenly crawled out from under the covers and smiled sweetly. "Sister Kagura." Sister Kagura's breasts are so beautiful." Seiji smiled and gave her a critical hit as he thought about the new baby in the webcam. "It's just a little loose and droopy." Kagura was rendered speechless. There was no way to continue chatting about this day. Yijiosa fell asleep comfortably. Perhaps it was because of what he saw during the day and what he dreamed at night, but he actually dreamt that he had become a ravishing beauty. He was wearing a cool white gauze and lying on a bed of extremely soft white fur. He was contentedly rubbing Fuchang, who had died young. Fuchang had all 4 limbs, and still looked like a puppy. It happily wagged its tail and stuck out its little tongue to lick his face. Damn, the Fuchang in my dream is so passionate, completely different from how cold he is in reality. Slowly, saliva covered his face, smeared his neck, and covered his breasts. Breasts. Damn. Seiji opened his eyes in surprise and discovered that he was lying in a warm spring, and the dog who had been messing around with him had actually become the irreconcilable little hot chick, the silver-haired man in fur. The silver-haired man's silver hair cascaded down, and his muscular naked body propped up above Seiji. His golden eyes were hazy. "What's the matter with you?" His deep voice was hoarse and incredibly sexy. "You don't like it?" Yijiosa was rendered speechless. "Ah! Get the hell out of here." In the wee hours of the morning, Yijiosa forcibly woke up from his fright. A forest, a cave, and a bonfire. Saishomaru, who was taking a nap while leaning against a boulder, suddenly woke up with a start. His breathing quickened, and there was a moment of confusion in his eyes. Only when the bonfire crackled did he regain his senses. Evil Jian had fallen asleep, and so had Ling. Saishomaru lay back down on the soft and warm fur and furrowed his eyebrows, which was rare for him. He rarely dreamed, and even if he did, it would be scenes of bloody battles on the battlefield. But this time, he dreamed of a woman. She was a woman who could be called beautiful in the eyes of monsters. She curled up his fur tail and lay down beside him. One moment she was smiling, and the next moment, she gave him a kick and kicked him into the pool. Even in his dreams, he had never been in such a sorry state. What a rude woman. Damned human. Why would he have such a dream? Was it because he had not been close to women for a long time? However, women were just boring things. He would never be like his father, who made a huge mistake and had his mind taken away by a human woman. King of Tusks, his biological father. What the demons would never remember was his unparalleled strength, but his absurd determination to die for humans. Human women. That was impossible. Saishomaru's not-so-wonderful mood did not last long, because his mood suddenly became terrible. He found that the feeling of weakness that he had not felt for a long time came again. From head to toe, it was as if some uncontrollable factor was absorbing his demon power. The imbalance in his body caused his skin to begin to grow hairs. Saishomaru, who had experienced it once, naturally knew what was going on. The weaker he was, the stronger the opponent was. It seemed that the strange guy did not completely die. He did not know what the enemy was, but his intuition told him that once the opponent grew to an irreversible level, it would probably be the time of his death. The young great demon stood up, his face still cold. Evil Jian. Evil Jian suddenly woke up, like a clockwork clock. Yes, Lord Saishomaru. Wait here. Yes. The cave still had his breath, so ordinary beasts and demons would not come close. Before his breath dissipated, he would come back, because the winner could only be him, Saishomaru. Chapter 22. After reincarnating as a loli, Yijiosa was physically impotent. The object of his erotic dreams was a man, so Yijiosa was psychologically impotent as well. Due to the double physical and psychological blow, he couldn't bear the cruel reality and dark dreams, and began to sob in grief. As a man, he had to preserve his last bit of dignity, so he couldn't cry. Sob - you're so noisy. Kagura turned over and yawned. It's just a nightmare, what's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid. Yijiosa took a deep breath, held it in, and said solemnly, I'm just practicing the 9 Infant Sutra. Damn it, he suddenly remembered that there were 2 girls in the room. Sob in front of girls, did he still want his face? No, he had to save his dignity. Kagura. What's that? It's a secret book of the martial arts world. Yijiosa wiped away a few drops of cat urine from the corner of his eyes and said, The 9 Infant Sutra is one of the treasures of my pure yang palace, a secret that can't be passed down. Believe in Brother Chen, gain eternal life, practice the sutra, sob. Kagura didn't understand at all and asked, What do you mean? Yijiosa put on an inscrutable attitude and said, Do you know what sob means? It means crying. Kagura was disgusted. Crying. Only weak people cry. If you understand it that way, you're wrong. Yijiosa slapped his thigh and instantly possessed Guadigang. After all, you women. What's the biggest weapon for us women? Other than breasts, it's tears. Yijiosa stood from a man's point of view and inculcated, not many men can stand a woman crying, because when a woman cries, it's a great grievance. Girls are beautiful, and they look like paintings when they cry. Even if she wants the moon in the sky, you have to get it for her. Because you can't bear to see her cry. Girls are ugly, and they look like flowers when they cry. Even if she wants new makeup, you have to buy it for her. Because you can't bear to see her cry. What he said seemed to make sense. The 2 women and the dog in the room focused and slowly pricked up their ears. A woman who learns to cry will always live a better life than a woman who is unwilling to cry. Why is that? Because men like white lotus flowers and green tea girls. Do you know the white lotus? Yijiosa gave an example. Just like Sister Kikyo. Kikyo unconsciously turned sideways and stared at the loli's left face. He looks aloof from worldly affairs, but in reality, he is ruthless and cruel. Yijiosa analyzed, for example, you nailed your lover to a tree for 50 years. It was extremely cruel. Kikyo. She turned her back to show that she did not want to listen. Do you know of green tea girls? Yijiosa continued, just like Kagura-san. Kagura silently turned around and stared at the loli's right cheek. They seem sincere and unpretentious, but in fact, they are cunning and selfish. Yijiosa furrowed his brows and continued, for example, when you exposed your chest to tease me. How coquettish. Kagura. She rolled her eyes at the loli before turning around and going to sleep. Men are a combination of arrogance, narcissism, and narcissism. If you want to control a man, you must first learn to cry. Why did I mention white lotus flowers and green tea girls? Because their appearances are excellent, and when they cry, very few men can handle it. Yijiosa recalled the tears of countless female celebrities in the movie and concluded, when a beauty cries, it breaks her heart. How can anyone bear to hear it? Sister Kikyo, if you learn to cry, will your lover still bear to find another girl? If you don't cry, he will forever remember how vicious you were when you nailed him to a tree. You need to cry beautifully, and make him regret finding a new lover. Kikyo's back stiffened. Kagura-san, if you learn to cry, will your own father not give you his heart? If you don't cry, he will forever remember how foolish you are to be able to fight, withstand, and make use of. You need to cry to annoy him, and make him regret giving birth to you. Kagura was dumbfounded. Ichijose regained his dignity and said, crying is the essence of our Pure Yang Palace's 9 Crying Sutra. So, do you want to cry with me for a while? Kikyo. Kagura. Then I'll cry for a while more. Don't think I'm annoying, I'm practicing. Uchiha Madara. Ichijose buried his face in the quilt, feeling wronged. He had lived too hard. He raised a dog, but his life was gone. After his rebirth, his eagle was gone. He had a dream, but he was raped. He cried out loud, but he was despised by others. What joy was there in life, and what bitterness was there in death? He was simply. Boom 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 dash. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion in the distance, and a sharp whistle pierced the sky, shaking people's eardrums. The huge sound spread along the ground, like the power of a major earthquake, and everyone was startled awake from their dreams, running out of the house. Kikyo quickly got up, put on her witch costume, took off her bow and arrows, and ran out. Kagura's expression changed, and she looked in a certain direction, then plucked the feather from her head and flew away with the wind. Uchiha Madara picked up Ichijose's collar and ran out the door. What's wrong? Is it an earthquake? Ichijose sat on the ground, holding a pile of clothes, and hurriedly put them on. It didn't take long for him to find thick smoke rolling in the northeast, like a purgatory descending to the world. That's the direction of Heisen Castle. No wonder. Kagura couldn't wait to leave. The village of Rice was noisy, because the earth was still shaking, and the houses were swaying, making people feel uneasy. Mi directed the crowd to gather in the open space, and Kikyo raised his bow and arrows to kill the monsters that jumped out of the forest, to ensure the safety of the villagers. But if they didn't kill the crisis, the danger would still come. Right now, there were only 2 or 3 monsters that were scared out of the forest. What if the situation became more serious, and the monsters gathered to attack? It couldn't go on like this. Sooner or later, Kikyo's strength would be exhausted. Ichijose wanted to directly attack Heisen Castle, but before that, he had to ensure the safety of the villagers. Suppression of mountains and rivers was undoubtedly a good skill to save his life, but he wasn't pure Yangli Wangxing, who could casually use suppression of mountains and rivers to cover the entire mountain area, and Golden Spear doesn't fall, could stand firm for days and nights. He was just a real man that made people tremble for 8 seconds. That's all. Ichijose raised his sword, looked at the monsters that gathered from all directions, and decided to go big. 6 directions only. 6 directions only, a pure Yang area attack skill. He drew out his inner breath and merged it with his sword will, turning it into a sharp blade, like thousands of swords facing each other. The sword will circulated ceaselessly. Yin and Yang were born and separated, and each sword will was extremely Yang and extremely hard, but also extremely Yin and extremely soft. The combination of hard and soft was enough to crush all strong enemies. Ichijose used Life Tai Chi. In the blue light, the sword was divided into 3 chi, 6 directions, 9 layers. Countless sword shadows circled back and forth, and the fierce killing intent was hidden in the soft sword moves. They emitted fluorescent light through the night, the sword light and the shadow of blood, no survivors. Uchiha Madara stopped and looked at the overwhelming sword shadows, lost in thought. Kikyo stayed where he was, in the dripping demon blood, not dodging. The villagers showed awe, and the witch Sui's eyes were smiling. That was her successor. The immense power Upanishad, the pure and thick spirit energy, and the sharp murderous aura. This kid. Holding the sword, taking a deep breath after showing off, Yi-Josa decided to slip away. He leaped into the sky under the witch Sui's smiling and encouraging eyes, and flew toward the city of people. It wasn't until Kuroto's figure disappeared that Madara came to his senses and chased after Kuroto. Kikyo silently looked at the night sky, his eyes were like ink. Sui, that child. A powerful spiritual practitioner. Sui's tone was full of emotion. No orthodox witch of the shrine can compare with her. I don't know her origin, and I don't intend to delve into her past. Shrine. Kikyo murmured, Sui, is there a shrine called Pure Yang Palace? Sui was very confused. What? That child said that she came from Pure Yang Palace, and because she practiced 9 infant scripture, she was so powerful. Sui was even more confused. What is 9 infant scripture? Kikyo recalled and said uncertainly, it is said that crying will make you stronger. Secret. Sui. Chapter 23. Nara went too far. The sinister and cunning troublemaker finally fell into the pit he dug himself, and could not climb out no matter how hard he tried. And the cause of every major event would always make men silent, and women shed tears. He had obsessive-compulsive disorder, so he dug out the remaining flesh on the Jade of 4 Souls. He had a hobby of collecting, so he specially placed the fragments and the granulation together. He was curious about what kind of chemical reaction would happen when the two collided. He was a psychopath, so he could not bear to see others doing well, so he liked to cause trouble behind their backs. He was like a hard-working fruit farmer, carefully cultivating his little apple, looking forward to its slowly growing up, so that it could increase his power to play with people's hearts. The little apple lived up to his expectations, and grew delightfully. It worked hard to absorb the power of the Jade of 4 Souls, and gradually condensed into the appearance of an adult man. A silver-haired, golden-eyed dog demon slowly took shape in front of him, and the aura and pressure of his body became closer to the strength of the original body. His ambition dyed the Jade of 4 Souls black, and his greed prompted him to devour the food around him. Under Nara's deliberate indulgence, through continuous predation, fusion, and evolution, he seemed to have truly become the original body, the purebred dog demon named Saishomaru. This shocking transformation suddenly evoked an unprecedented ambition in Nara. It was just a trace of ordinary granulation, but it could grow to such a level through hunting. Removing impurities, absorbing energy, he progressed step by step, and almost unimpeded grew to the level of a great demon. They were both lowly like dust, but in the end, the other party reached the level of a great demon one step ahead of him. How could this not make Nara jealous? He decided to nurture him, and then completely eat him. If he fused with this guy, not only could he obtain the power of the Jade of 4 Souls after it was digested, but he could also purify his bloodline and advance towards the direction of a great demon, turning all his fantasies into reality. As long as he could successfully eat him. Nara treated him as a rare tonic, but he did not know that he was also a delicious meal in his eyes. When the two tore off their disguises and revealed their ferocious faces, a fierce battle was inevitable. It was a pity that Nero's body was a mixture of monsters. And the ability of the mixture was not enough for him to turn the tables in the battle. The intense battle was at a stalemate, and the opponent seemed to have the upper hand. Nara fought and retreated, secretly thinking of a way to break through, but in his heart, he complained incessantly. He had guessed the beginning, but not the ending. He hadn't expected the young man to possess such frightening strength. It was almost as if Saishomaru was really standing right in front of him. The sight of the city turned into a living hell, and the city lord's mansion was set ablaze in the raging fire. Turbid and distorted evil energy exploded in the inner city. Monsters who wanted a piece of the pie gathered from all directions. The humans panicked and fled in all directions, but they did not expect to fall into the claws of the monsters and become delicious snacks. The 3 or 4-year-old child was grabbed by the mountain ghost and was about to be sent into the smelly mouth. In the blink of an eye, the green whip lashed out violently, directly slicing the ugly mountain ghost into two. Purple blood splattered all over the child's face. He cried and rolled around the corpse of the mountain ghost. He was in a sorry state. His survival instincts caused him to crawl out of the pool of blood on all fours. And in the instant that he raised his head, he suddenly saw a crescent moon slowly walking towards him amidst the flames. It was an adult man. His silver hair flowed freely, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. The long whip spun around his body, reaping the lives of all who stood in his way with lightning speed. Noble, elegant, and awe-inspiring. Behind him were splatters of blood and severed limbs. The hill-sized monster was reduced to ashes, and the drooling beasts hurriedly retreated. Murderous intent and beauty intertwined, and blood and fragrance mixed together. He came walking on the moon, cold and indifferent. He was so powerful that it broke the courage of all evildoers. It was the first time that a human child had seen such a powerful and beautiful existence. He lay in a daze in the sticky liquid, staring at it in a daze, as if he had lost all consciousness. Saishomaru rushed into the inner city alone, and instantly locked onto his target based on his smell. In the sky, the fake smiled arrogantly, his eyes full of contempt. He looked exactly the same as him, be it in appearance, clothing, aura, or posture, there was no difference at all. However, a fake was a fake. No matter how similar the imitation was, it was impossible to replace the real one. The anger of being impersonated over and over again was burning in his heart. Saishomaru entered the battle without saying a word, and ruthlessly attacked the fake mercilessly. Nara finally got some time to breathe. He quickly withdrew from the battle, and the tentacles behind his back spread out, rolling up the pieces of flesh on the ground and sucking them into his body. Enduring the disgusting taste, he chewed and swallowed repeatedly, and urgently repaired himself. The monster power in his body slowly filled up. He hid in the enchantment and watched the fierce battle. Only then did he suddenly realize how terrifying the competition of power between the big monsters was. Was that the power of a pure-blood big monster? Even without a suitable weapon, they could still cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and the sun and moon to lose their light. The collision of the monster power distorted the space, and the wind formed was fierce and turbulent. In an overwhelming storm of flying sand and stones, claw marks intersected, and flesh and blood burst open. The sweet fragrance of the big monster permeated the air. Nara couldn't help but swallow his saliva, staring at the bloody dust. Reason told him that he had to leave, or else the huge scene would definitely hurt him, a poor fish in the pond. However, his appetite urged him to stay, provoking his sensitive nerves and empty stomach. The thought of a fluke rose inch by inch, until he could no longer ignore it. He had been stuck in the half-monster stage for too long. If he could eat the blood and flesh of a big monster, even if it was just a mouthful, he could. Roar dash, the angry roar of the white dog came from the sky. A giant beast stepped on the demon cloud and walked on the wind, and slapped the fake into meat paste with one slap. The pure power fighting style was simple and crude, but it was particularly effective. But as the saying goes, the devil rises 10. The disgusting pile of flesh quickly dispersed and firmly wrapped around his remaining claw. Like maggots in the tarsal bone, it climbed up his arm and entangled, trying to devour everything he had. Bastard! Saishomaru's anger burst out, crushing the meat paste into flying ashes. However, the flying ashes still gathered and condensed in front of him. A man who looked similar to him formed from the meat paste, and his cold voice carried unconcealable malice. You can't kill me, Saishomaru. He laughed, and his expression was twisted and extremely strange. Your monster power, body, and luck are all my supplements and nutrients. I will eventually replace you, take everything from you, and get a new life. Who asked me to choose you? After all, in this world, you are the real strong one. Saishomaru tore his body apart, but found that he was pieced back together again, as if he had no weaknesses and flaws, and was a monster that could constantly resurrect. He narrowed his eyes. Years of fighting experience told him that brute force was useless. Ha ha ha. Isn't that child with you? An ear-piercing laughter sounded, and he was extremely arrogant. After I kill you, I'll kill her. Lumps of rotten flesh rose from the ground and covered the white dog's body. Seeing this, Nara wanted to run away immediately. However, in the next second, a long blue arc appeared in the sky, and the girl rode on the sword energy and landed elegantly. She was completely unafraid of the miasma and evil aura, and with just a slight movement of the long sword, a shell of spiritual power was formed around her to block the danger. Saishomaru was stunned, and instantly, his neck was strangled by the rotten flesh. Yijose came suddenly, but he entered the battle state very quickly. He pulled out his sword and shouted, "Young master, who is our ally?" Ally? Ally? Nara subconsciously replied, "That dog." Yijose looked up, and when he saw it, he was shocked. What the fuck, such a big dog? It was snow white, at least 20 meters tall, with long ears, red eyes, and fangs. There was even a flashy crescent moon on its forehead. It was missing an arm, and the uneven ports looked very familiar. This fur, this temperament, this gaze, this. What the fuck? Yijose was stunned, and he looked up at the flying dog in the sky, and subconsciously exclaimed, "Fu Chang dash." Saishomaru's heart tightened, and the tip of his claws pierced through the wall of rotten flesh. In the next second, he heard the uncertain voice of the girl dash, "Is it its father?" This had to be Fu Chang's father. Otherwise, why did it look so similar? Then the problem was, how was he going to treat such a big dog that was injured? Only someone with the physique of Ultraman Tiga could move it, right? Yijose muttered to himself, "Fu Chang's father is so big. If I kill it, it can be eaten for half a year, right?" Nara. Chapter 24. What was more ridiculous than meeting true love in a turn? That was to meet the object of a wet dream in a fight by chance. He met Fu Chang's father. Yijose was already guilty enough. Although he saved the half-dead little puppy, he couldn't resist its loyal protection of its master. In the end, he died on the battlefield. Looking at the physique of Fu Chang's father, he was most likely a great monster. Could a normal dog grow so big? Of course not. Did great monsters value their children? Yijose didn't know. He only hoped that when Fu Chang's father came to settle the score he could let him off. At least. He had fed Fu Chang chop soup for a few days. Yijose didn't dare to covet the sturdy body of Fu Chang's father. Even if the tendon looked very chewy, it couldn't stop the difference in strength between the two sides. Even if he really wanted to eat a dog meat hot pot, the way of survival told him dogs were mostly used to save, not to gnaw on. With this thought in mind, Yijose nimbly gave the white dog a mountain and river suppression to protect its body, and gave Nara a 9 revolutions return to 1 to evacuate the injured. After clearing the place, his gaze passed through the scorching fire to the mountain of flesh that tied up the white dog. With this look, he suddenly exploded. Wasn't the guy connected to the mountain of flesh the silver-haired fur man? It had only been a short time since he last saw him, and this guy had become successful again. Not only did he strip off his clothes and turn into tentacles, his upper body had also turned into a large string of tumors. He even stared at the white dog with saliva drooling. He seemed to be very interested in its taste. It was really unbearable. He had abused his Fu Chang, scratched the soles of his feet, and pierced his wet dreams. Now, he even wanted to marry Fu Chang's father. Be reasonable, you're so capable. Why don't you go to heaven? New hatred and old hatred erupted at the same time. Yijiosa turned into an arrow that left the bow and quickly threw a big move at the enemy. For symbol samsara, yin and yang transformation. The two attacks stabilized the aggro. Before his opponent could attack him, he nimbly dodged and covered his footing with chi fields. The pure yang cultivation method, whether it was the purple cloud skill or the great void sword essence, both had strong field control and auxiliary abilities. It was one of the indispensable skills in the arena. As for aura, it was an effective control that increased the attributes of allies and weakened the abilities of enemies. Yijiosa was well aware of the loli's poor endurance, small strength, and weak physical strength. Therefore, whenever he fought, he always liked to end the fight quickly to make up for his shortcomings. He could clearly feel the power in his body churning. Especially when he was standing in the chi field, his 5 senses became even sharper. The enemy's attack speed was greatly reduced. Not only could he easily dodge, but he could also find time to adjust his internal breath. Not being able to take down the enemy after a long time meant that it would be a protracted battle. However, a protracted battle was definitely not a wise choice. Yijiosa took a few deep breaths and threw the second mountain river crusher onto himself. Since the long-range attack of the purple cloud art did not work, then he would switch to the close-range attack of the great void sword essence. Swoosh dash, the swollen tentacles crossed the field of mountain river crusher, and the heavy attack was blocked by the power of yin and yang. Yijiosa crossed the sword, closed his eyes, and began to change his internal breath. The pure yang, the peak of ice and snow, was like a fairyland of Kunlun. The cultivation method was also the unity of man and Tao, and the coexistence of yin and yang. If the purple cloud skill was the quiet and steady yin softness, then the great void sword essence was the yang hardness that erupted with blazing heat. The dual cultivation of yin and yang, and the internal breath formed its own cycle, was the infinite state. The boiling heat flowed into his limbs and bones. Yijiosa slowly opened his eyes, full of fighting intent. He shook his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he took out the exclusive weapon of the great void sword essence from the backpack. It was a blood-red longsword that overflowed with brilliant colors. It was full of magic and blue, and it was not meant to be used to reason with people. At this moment, whether it was Nara, Saishomaru, or the fake on the dome, they were all surprised to find that Yijiosa's momentum had changed. It was like the fire of purgatory, burning and never extinguishing. Mountain River Crusher suddenly shattered. Yijiosa shouted, and with a burst of slashing and stabbing, he got rid of the tentacles around him in minutes. He kicked his legs and stepped on the tentacle's flesh wall. With the cloud ladder out, he reached the sky at a high speed. Where the long sword pointed, the edge would come out. The bright shadow of the sword cut through the tentacles on the white dog's body. A second before he fell, he stepped on the back of the white dog and leaped up. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he slashed at the front of the fake. Clang dash, the harsh sound of metal colliding was heard. Yijiosa's long sword broke the fake's defense, and made a fatal cut on his chest. Sticky blood gushed out, splashing all over Yijiosa's face. He subconsciously closed his eyes, but he didn't know that this small action was a taboo when fighting an enemy. Saishomaru smashed all the fake's tentacles. Just as he turned his head, he saw the fake's pale arm reach out and grab the young dog's throat. Bastard! Saishomaru bared his teeth, and his anger rose to the peak. Fuck! Yijiosa burst out a curse and struggled. Cough, cough, cough. But he was too small and weak. Because his arms were too short, he couldn't even hit the fake's face. He could only be like a fish on the chopping board, held above his head by the neck, and even breathing was difficult. Ha! Still a kid. The fake smiled again, and the muscles on his face stiffened. Even a kid this young has been sent to the battlefield to become a cleaner? Well, to deal with me, you've really put in a lot of effort. What the hell? What is a cleaner? But it was obviously not the time to think about that. Motherfucker, since you like to be held high so much, I'll make you never be able to raise it again today. If you can't raise it, then it's sunny. Just when Nara decided to help and Saishomaru decided to kill, Yijiosa's little universe exploded. He turned his wrist and took out the pendant from the list of pendants to gorge himself. This was a back pendant, which was mainly composed of a pair of chopsticks, a plate, and a beautiful brocade handkerchief. When they were tied together, they looked delicate and cute, but not lacking in style. It was the favorite pendant of many foodies. But now, it had another use. Without saying a word, Yijiosa removed the plate and slapped the impostor on the head. The impostor was dumbfounded by the slap and was forced to raise his head. The next second, Yijiosa grabbed the pair of chopsticks and stabbed the enemy's face accurately. If the hands were not enough, the chopsticks would make up for it. Out of the nostrils, attack the enemy's nest. Using all of his strength, he aimed at those two nostrils and ruthlessly pierced them. Ouch! The enemy's nose was bleeding, and his defense was broken. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. The two chopsticks were extremely firm and stood in the nostrils, not moving at all. Nara! The loli fell to the ground and rolled 3 times. She coughed twice and immediately rushed over with her sword. Damn it, I'll kill you while you're down. There's no room for negotiation. Go to hell. Anata no sword. Universal return. The two most important outputs of the Great Void Sword Intent were used together, and the power was no less than a small explosion. They slashed at the enemy one after another, and the bright light that cut through the sky pierced through the night. But Yijiosa forgot one important thing. He had set up skill shout for these two awesome skills. The so-called skill shout was like the line that a Chinibu protagonist had to shout when using a big move. It was a stupid behavior to remind the enemy, get out of the way, I'm going to use a big move. For example, there's only one truth, moving light wave, rising dragon from Mount Lu, and so on. But when it came to Yijiosa, skill shout only had one function, to provoke the opponent. So, Nara and Saishomaru saw her sword cut open the enemy's body with their own eyes, and they heard her shout dog, don't be a coward. Dog, bark again. Nara. The autumn wind was bleak, and the waves surged. Yijiosa was stunned for a moment, and only felt a dead silence around him. He first turned his head to look at the somewhat stiff Fu Chang's father, and then turned to look at the silly Nara, and asked, what's wrong with you? Is he dead or not? Nara twitched the corner of her mouth. He's dead. That's good. Yijiosa stepped forward, took the chopsticks from the corpse, and sighed. The 3-foot hidden sword is no match for the 3-inch bamboo chopsticks. How sad and lamentable. Finally, he packed up the things and whispered, Fu Chang, Dad has avenged you. You can go in peace. Chapter 25. Ding. Congratulations, chivalrous knight, for completely defeating a predator. The enemy's strength is identified as high. The reward is 180 days of survival time. Chivalrous knight, please continue to work hard and achieve even more brilliant results. The familiar electronic voice sounded again. Compared to the initial loss, Yijiosa was already calm as usual. The pain on his wrist was numb, the pattern twisted, it quickly outlined a complicated and gorgeous pattern, 365 days, 17 hours, 23 minutes. Save the seriously injured dog, love them, care for them, building the trust between animals and humans. Was not a difficult task. At least for now, he had saved up a year's time, enough to adjust his physical and psychological discomfort, and it could also allow him to plan his future more rationally. He wanted to return to his original world, but the premise was that he had to survive. A year was a beginning, and it would never be the end. Yijiosa's heart relaxed, even his smile was filled with relief. It was as if he had thought something through, and he became much more energetic. At this moment, because of a murmur, Saishomaru suddenly had a thought. He stopped in place. He did not know that with this hesitation, he could not leave even if he wanted to. There was a strange balance in the battle between him and the fake. When their strength was equal, it was like an equal weight, no one could do anything to the other. But once one side showed strength, all the strength and luck would be out of balance in the blink of an eye and be devoured by the stronger side. Unfortunately, at this moment, the fake was already dead, and the power that had been occupied by him was like a ferocious beast that had lost control, rushing toward Saishomaru. Thousands of streams of light rose from the corpse, streaking across the sky like stars, bringing with them a leisurely arc, submerging the white dog inch by inch. It was a silent shock. The flowing light illuminated the night sky, dimmed the flames, covered the moonlight, caused the stars to lose their light, and caused the darkness to retreat. The bones in the ruins disappeared bit by bit, and the long fur of the white dog flickered with a silver-white light. Its tall body was filled with a terrifying force field, silently demonstrating in all directions. Even though Yijiosa had mountain river suppression to protect his life, he did not dare to approach casually. The digestion of power had to be done step by step, and he could not be rash. The demonic power of the Jade of Four Souls, the undigested demonic energy, the spiritual aura of the witch goddess. The white dog seemed to be unable to withstand it. Its remaining 3 legs trembled slightly. With a light lift and a stomp, the entire empty building was crushed. Yijiosa was so scared that he quickly retreated. He grabbed Nara's instant noodle head and carried her to a safe place. They hid in the ruins and peeped at the white dog's movements, only to find that there was more than one person hiding in this broken place. Everyone exchanged glances with each other. Yijiosa had a paralyzed expression on his face as he forced a smile. Kagura-san, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Kagura glanced at Nara and pretended to say, I see that you guys are having fun fighting, so I won't interfere. Yijiosa smiled. He understood everything without saying a word. You had already rushed over when something happened in People See Town. You were just happy to see Nara being beaten up, so you hid on the side and watched him suffer. But since the girl wanted to find an excuse, as a gentleman, he could only forgive her. But it was obvious that Nara wasn't going to fall for this. He smiled darkly at Kagura, indicating that he wouldn't let her go. Kagura. She felt that she needed to learn the 9 infants mantra to save her life. The white dog was still enduring the unbearable pain. Uchiha Madara arrived late with a swaddle in his mouth and 2 children on his back. He struggled to pass through the flames, looking for Yijiosa. Then, he saw the huge white dog. Immediately after, he noticed that the white dog's gaze suddenly fell on him. Suddenly, the white dog turned around, stared deeply at him, and took a step forward. Boom. The oars were reduced to ashes. The peerless demon dog broke through his defense. Uchiha Madara. If he didn't run now, when would he? He was truly unlucky. Back when he was traveling with Senju Takuma, he had accidentally stumbled into the territory of the Nine-Tails demon fox. Now, he had 2 children in his mouth, and he had unknowingly stepped into the territory of another giant beast. What kind of grudge was this? Did he have to be skinned alive before he would stop? Uchiha Madara used his highest mobility and dashed away. He was indeed a ninja who had experienced hundreds of battles. Even with the 3 children, he was able to nimbly avoid all dangers and plunge into the forest. The white dog's destructive power was quite strong. Everywhere it passed became ruins. Saishomaru felt like he was being bitten by a swarm of ants. It was so painful that even his bones were cracking. Demonic power, demonic energy, and spiritual aura were mixed together, wreaking havoc on his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a strong foundation as a pure-blooded demon, his foundation would have been destroyed by the competition between these forces. However, Saishomaru was not someone who would easily admit defeat. He used all his strength to suppress those powers, and with great willpower, he remained clear-headed. Then, he staggered into the depths of the forest, gradually moving further away. The force field slowly disappeared, and his consciousness became a little blurred. He felt that everything in front of him was getting higher, higher, and higher. After a quarter of an hour, he leaned against a tree trunk and fell asleep. The breeze in the forest was surging, and there was a familiar smell. Uchiha Madara got out of the bushes with lingering fear. He was about to return to the village of ears when he found a weak puppy lying under a big tree not far away. He remembered that the child missed his first dog. That dog seemed to be a puppy, right? Uchiha Madara lowered his head and rubbed the puppy's body, which wasn't so stiff. He thought that although it wasn't the original one, if he brought it back, Anna Izumi. No, that child would also be happy, right? People Sea City was Nara's base of operations, so it had to be rebuilt. For this reason, he firmly refused Yijiosa's invitation and expressed that he was willing to stay in this abandoned city and serve the people to the end. Seeing that Nara's desire to develop socialism was so urgent, Yijiosa didn't force him. He said goodbye to Nara and set foot on his way back, along with Kagura, who almost lost her life. The village of Ears had stabilized, but the panic from the first half of the night continued into the second half of the night. Many people were a little anxious about the progress of the situation. It wasn't until Yijiosa finally returned that many people felt half relieved. Even though she was a little girl, she had the ability to protect the villagers, which was the most effective reassurance in this village. After a long time, Uchiha Madara came back with his family and dog. He put the children and puppy on the ground, and they almost collapsed into a ball. The 3 children were immediately adopted by the woman who had lost her son. Yijiosa rushed forward to check on him, but when her eyes met the unconscious puppy, her whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and she froze in place. Fu-chang Yijiosa exclaimed, "You're still alive." Uchiha Madara was speechless. He thought that if the puppy could understand human words, it might have passed out. Yijiosa picked up Fu-chang and howled miserably. But in the end, he still didn't forget the biggest hero tonight, the Tibetan Mastiff. If it weren't for this dog, he wouldn't have been able to see his beloved dog. In order to express his deep love for the Tibetan Mastiff, Yijiosa carried the puppy in one hand and the Mastiff in the other, and rushed into the house like a whirlwind. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Could this be the legendary Princess Carrie? The girls in the clan seemed to like this kind of Carrie. But Uchiha Madara felt that the Princess Carrie was not comfortable because Yijiosa's shoulder was against his stomach. He really didn't understand why women would like such a disgusting Carrie. When Saishomaru woke up, it was already noon the next day. The sun was high in the sky, and the sun was shining brightly. He was lying in a warm and familiar embrace, and the tip of his nose was filled with the other party's milky scent. He suddenly understood where he had returned to. Without saying much, Saishomaru slightly turned his head and looked at the sleeping puppy, who was drooling. It was still the same sleeping posture, so sloppy that it was unbearable to look at it directly. He gently broke free from her embrace, but unexpectedly, as he tossed and turned, he smelled the scent of Nara. How? Saishomaru suddenly looked up and saw a disheveled woman lying on the right side of the human puppy. Her limbs were wide open, revealing her fair skin. As she tossed and turned, she raised her hand to scratch her neck, and with one foot on the puppy's leg, she slept more happily than anyone else. And her body exuded the scent of Nara. Nara's woman. Why would she be with the puppy? After the woman crossed her legs, she placed her hand on the puppy's neck. The puppy refused to be outdone. With its belly button as the center, it rotated 180 degrees, and instantly placed its head on the woman's chest. Get lost. The woman scolded in a half-awake state, my chest is almost flat. No. Yijiosa replied in his sleep, if it's flat, it won't. Sag. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.